Nanny Nellie. 18 years ago, Dale Nelson was born prematurely. The doctor told Lucy Nelson her son would not grow up to normal size for his age. There are complicated medical problems with being born premature. Dale was 5 pounds at birth. Today is April 1, 2010, on Saturday around 2 p.m. Dale turned 18 and today is his birthday. Unfortunately, Dale never grew bigger than a 5-year-old. He had to be home-schooled due to being so little. Dad could not handle the situation and ran off years ago. Lucy was not happy about being deserted by her husband. No other children were added to the family after Dale's situation. He grew up mostly with his mother Lucy. She was the perfect mother for many years, watching after Dale like a hawk. Full-grown Dale is just 3 feet 6 inches tall, weighing only 46 pounds. His growth was stunted badly. Lucy was born into a rich family and inherited a lot of money 10 years after Dale was born. The divorced husband never found out about this after abandoning his family. Lucy don't know what to do with Dale but wants a break from caring for the young boy full-time. A nanny is hired named Nellie and she is moving in later today. Dale is about to find out about this. "Mommy has a surprise for you, Dale," Lucy said. "I hired a nanny to take care of you since you are so small for your age." "Nanny? What do I need a nanny for since today I turned 18? Dale asked, a bit confused. "You have always taken care of me." "Yes, honey, and Mommy will always be here for you," Lucy replied. "A nanny can watch you so I can have some free time for a change." "Okay, Mommy, since I am too small to be on my own," Dale admitted. "I hope she is a nice nanny." "I made you a cake and bought you a few presents," Lucy said, smiling. "Nanny Nellie will be here in about an hour." Lucy and Dale have cake and ice cream to celebrate Dale's birthday. The cake is a yellow cake with chocolate frosting. Vanilla ice cream is served with the cake. Dale sees several presents to open on the table. "Open this one first, honey," Lucy said, with a big present. Dale tears off the wrapping paper and finds a brown box. He opens the box to find a stack of what looks like hand towels. He pulls one out of the box to find it is white with green edges. The hand towels are 2 layers sewn together. "Why did you buy me a bunch of hand towels?" Dale asked, a bit confused by the gift. "Those are not hand towels, sweetie," Lucy said. "They are double-thick cloth diapers for a toddler. You are the size of a big toddler." "Diapers? I don't need diapers at my age," Dale said. "I have not worn a diaper since I was in kindergarten." "Nanny Nellie works cheap since I am providing a place to live," Lucy replied. "I told her about your occasion pants wetting and bedwetting, sweetie." "That is not fair." Dale replied. "I rarely wet the bed and have not wet my pants in a couple of months." Lucy explains she cannot make Nanny Nellie clean up wet beds and wash peed sheets. Nanny Nellie don't want to wash peed clothing either. She is strict and feels anyone who has wetting accidents needs to be in diapers. Lucy explained further that Nanny would charge a lot more to do those things. "You must be kidding me, Mom," Dale said. "I am not a baby." "No, honey, but you are acting like one now," Lucy said. "You are more like a toddler to any grown adult." Ring, ring, someone is at the front door. Nanny Nellie is here with a couple of suitcases. Lucy lets her in and directs her to the spare bedroom. Nanny sees Dale at the table with presents to open. She ignores the young man for now. "Thanks for hiring me, Miss Nelson," Nellie said. "I will unpack my things and join you at the table in a few minutes." Nanny is pleased with her bedroom, which has a double bed, TV, stereo, and a computer. There is a nightstand with a lamp and a large dresser. Nanny unpacks and takes the time to get organized. She has most of her belongings stored at a relative's house. Dale is not happy with his first present and gets another one. He opens the smaller box to find 4 pairs of milky white waterproof baby panties in size XL which will fit him. A smaller package is diaper pins and another has diaper rash cream and baby powder. You gave me everything that is needed to put me back in diapers, Dale said, feeling embarrassed. This is for your own good, Dale, Lucy responded. No more wet beds or wet pants that smell up your room. Suddenly Nanny walks into the dining room and stands by the table. She has a big smile, realizing that Lucy took her advice about Dale being kept in diapers like he should be. Nanny smiles at Dale, realizing he is as small as any toddler boy age 5. You must be the little fella who has wetting problems, Nanny Nellie spoke up. Nanny will put you back in diapers. No ma'am, nobody is putting me back in diapers, Dale replied quickly. I just turned 18 years old. I better wash and dry those diapers right away, Nanny said. Nanny takes the box of a dozen double-layer diapers to the utility room where there is a washer and dryer. She starts the washer and puts in some soap and a dozen cloth diapers. They fluff up and get thicker after being washed and dried twice. Nanny is already busy doing her job. I suggest you don't argue with your nanny, Lucy told Dale. I had to give her permission to discipline you with spankings. Spankings? I am much too old for spankings, mother, Dale said in surprise. Finally Dale opens a present that he likes. A new Dell laptop computer that he asked for. Dale forgets about everything else, being excited about his computer. He is well skilled at using a computer due to successful homeschooling. The last present from mother is a Microsoft Office program. After the diapers are washed, Nanny puts them in the dryer. She joins the family at the table again. Nanny has a small gift for Dale to open. He smiles and rips off the wrapping paper to find a 3-pack of Gerber baby bottles and a pink pacifier. Why did you give me these presents? Dale asked in confusion. Nanny Nellie is going to treat you like a real toddler since you will be kept in diapers full-time like a toddler, Nanny replied. You are not putting me back in diapers and I don't need a nanny, Dale said, feeling unhappy about all of this. Little boys learn not to talk back to their nanny, Nellie said. You get one warning, but next time you go over my knee. Mother turns to Dale and explains that she already paid Nanny for the first month since she needed the money. Dale is told he has no choice but to obey his nanny. Mother is firm about this. I will give you a bath before diapering you, Nanny said. Sorry honey, but Nanny Nellie is in charge of you starting right now, Lucy told Dale. I suggest you behave yourself. Dale is picked up out of his chair and taken to the bathroom. Nanny fills the tub with warm water and grabs the soap, washcloth, and shampoo. To his surprise, Dale is undressed like a toddler boy. His stunted growth made Dale have no leg, face, or body hair. He has a small penis too and is immature. Look at you, Nanny Nellie said, you are bare-skinned like a female. Your hair is long like a girl would have. Dale is feeling humiliated as he is placed in a tub of bubbly warm water with some of Mother's scented bath oil added. His thick collar-length hair is washed and rinsed first. Nanny then washes Dale from head to toe. She lets him soak for a while and returns to the laundry area. The diapers are dry and put back in the washer again with a small amount of Tide laundry soap. I am back, sweetie, to dry you off and comb your hair, Nanny informed Dale, still in the bathtub. Dale stands and is dried off while his hair is wet, combed to get the tangles out of it. Nanny is amazed to see how much Dale looks like a toddler girl, not a boy. She wraps a towel around his waist and takes Dale back to the dining room table. You never opened my second present, Dale, Nanny said. Dale takes a seat in only his pink bath towel. He opens another gift to find white nursery print plastic baby panties. Dale is not happy about this present either. He realizes all of this is actually happening and not a bad dream. Nanny leaves to put the diapers in the dryer for the second time. Dale is wishing he had a better birthday than this one. The nanny is bad enough, but she is putting Dale back in diapers. Dale takes the time to open his laptop and read the instructions. A half hour later, Dale's diapers are dry and fluffy white like they should be. Nanny folds them and puts them on a shelf in Dale's bedroom. She puts the diaper rash cream and baby powder on Dale's dresser. The plastic pants were washed in the laundry room sink and then dried on low for 5 minutes. Nanny puts those on the shelf next to the cloth diapers. There is a dozen diaper pins ready to use on Dale's dresser. "Come to your room, Dale," Nanny said. "It is time to get you in diapers like you should be." Dale insists on remaining at the table where Mother encourages the boy to go to his room. Nanny Nellie arrives with hands on her hips. She is 5 feet 10 inches tall, weighing about 150 pounds. Nanny picks up Dale and carries the little man to his room. "The only thing Nanny is going to wash that is peed on is your diapers," she told Dale. "That includes poopy diapers too." Dale is kicking, squirming, and making a fuss to get out of Nanny's arms. She has a seat on his bed and lays Dale over her knees. Without the towel, Dale is naked. Nanny has her little leather paddle and begins spanking Dale on his bare bottom. Slap, 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 slap. A stinging leather paddle makes contact with both butt cheeks. Nanny explains how a leather paddle is better than a wood paddle. The leather is easier on the skin and does not leave bruises like a wooden paddle. The leather paddle does not dull the nerves like a wooden paddle will. Slap, 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 slap. Dale's bottom begins to sting and burn enough to get his attention. Slap, 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 slap. Nanny continues to redden Dale's entire bottom. Mother can hear this from the dining room. She feels Dale deserved the spanking from his strict nanny. "Do you understand that Nanny is the boss?" she asked Dale. "I am putting you back in diapers now and that is final." Part 3. "Yes ma'am, stop spanking me with that paddle please," Dale said. "I will wear diapers if you insist on this." "That is the right attitude, sweetie," Nanny said. "As far as I am concerned you are a toddler." Nanny gets up and has Dale stand in the corner. She lays a diaper mat on Dale's bed she brought with her. Nanny takes 2 of the just washed and dried diapers and puts them together. This makes a diaper 4 layers thick, which should be just fine. The diapers are 16 inches by 24 inches and are XL for a toddler. Dale has a 20-inch waist, so the diapers are plenty wide. The length is perfect too. Nanny lays the diaper out ready to be pinned on Dale. She picks him up from the corner and lays Dale on his diapers. Dale is no longer resisting his nanny. She grabs both ankles and lifts Dale's bottom. Nanny applies Desitin to the back diaper area. She then sprinkles on some baby powder. Nanny lowers Dale's bottom on the diapers and uses Desitin on his front diaper area. She uses baby powder on the front diaper area. The front of the diaper is folded in at each side and brought up between Dale's legs. The back is still wider and overlaps the front pad. The length of the diaper makes it fit high in the waist just above Dale's belly button. For diaper pins are used to fit the diaper on snugly. The top diaper pins close up the waist. The bottom diaper pins close up the diaper around the thighs. "Mommy knew what she was doing when she bought these diapers," Nanny Nellie said. "They fit you perfectly, baby." Nanny takes the white nursery print plastic baby panties and slips Dale's legs in the small holes. She works the plastic panties up his legs and over the thick diaper. The fit is perfect, just like the diapers. Dale is feeling more like a toddler than 18 years old. "I have diapered many toddlers as a nanny," Nellie bragged. "You need a onacy and a pair of booties." Nanny brought a few things in her suitcase. She has a white and pink Gerber onacy size XL that snaps at the crotch. They come 2 in a package and Nanny already washed them. Nanny decides on the white onacy for today to go with the white plastic panties. Still on the diaper table, Dale is sat up and the onacy slipped over his head with arms through the short sleeves. Dale is surprised to be dressed in the toddler's onacy. It fits great as Nanny snaps the wide crotch. Cute white booties are put on Dale's feet. Nanny does not want the boy barefoot. She thinks of Dale as a toddler, not a small adult. "How do you like being back in diapers, sweetie?" Nanny asked. "I don't like it one bit since you asked," Dale replied, frowning. Make sure you don't take your diapers off, Nanny warned. You no longer need a toilet, just use your diapers. While being diapered, Dale noticed Mother go to her bedroom and heard the bathtub being filled. Lucy met a nice man at the grocery store and has a date tonight. She has not gone out on a date in many years. A social life is needed now that her son is being taken care of. Lucy is 5 feet 6 inches tall and petite at 110 pounds. Be good for your nanny, Lucy said. Stan is taking me out to dinner at the Red Lobster restaurant. Okay, Mommy, I don't have much choice anyway, Dale replied. Lucy adores how cute Dale looks back in diapers wearing a white toddler's onesie. She feels Nanny Nellie is perfect for her job. An hour later, around 6 p.m., Stan arrives to pick up Lucy. She is looking pretty with her long brown hair and petite body. Lucy goes outside to greet her date and leaves Dale with his new nanny. He can meet Dale some other time when Dale is adjusted to his new life as a toddler. Nanny finds what she needs to cook supper. She makes beans and hot dogs cut up in small pieces. Dale is happy with supper and hopes Nanny is a good cook. He eats supper at the dining room table with Nanny eating too. A chocolate cream pie is found in the refrigerator. That is served as dessert and is very good even if bought already made. What is your usual bedtime, Dale? Nanny Nellie asked. I stay up as long as I wish but usually go to bed around midnight, Dale replied after finishing dessert. That is changing tonight since I am watching you, Nanny said. Since it is Saturday, I will let you stay up until 10 o'clock. I will not be tired at 10 p.m., Dale complained for a minute. Okay, 10 o'clock is fine, Nanny. Good boy, and that will be 9 p.m. during the week, Nanny said. Nanny does not stay up late herself and wants the babysitting to be over long before midnight. She will spend some time reading or watching television in her room. Nanny likes to go to bed at 11 p.m. every night and she gets up at 7 a.m. By the time 10 o'clock arrives, Dale has wet his diaper watching television. He tried to hold it at first but that became useless after a while. Dale had been wetting his pants once in a while because he never knew when this would just occur. His bedwetting was not new but had become worse over the last 2 years. I enjoyed watching Mannix with you, Dale, but now it is your bedtime, Nanny said at 10 p.m. Dale is picked up and taken to his room. He is laid on the diaper mat on his bed to have his onesie unsnapped. Nanny gets 2 more diapers and puts them together. She takes off the nursery print plastic panties and then unpins the wet diapers. You soak these diapers, baby, Nanny said. I will have you in a clean diaper in a jiffy. Conclusion: the wet diapers are put in a diaper pail with a cover. Nanny had a diaper pail in the back seat of her car. To Dale's surprise, Nanny has a short pink nightgown for a little girl to wear to bed. She lays it on the bed next to Dale. I hope you don't plan on putting that thing on me, Dale said. Of course it is for you, sweetie, Nanny said. I am sure it will fit and is meant to be short. The nightgown is pink nylon with short puffy sleeves and a high rounded collar. Any toddler girl would love this nightgown. Dale does not love the nightgown and can't believe it is for him. The nanny cleans Dale with baby wipes before using Desitin and baby powder again. Dale will not be getting any diaper rash. The 2 double-layer diapers are slipped under Dale's bottom and pinned on tightly like before. He is embarrassed to be treated like a toddler at his age. A plain pair of milky white plastic panties are put on Dale this time. To his disbelief, the pink nightgown is put on Dale and it fits just fine. The nightgown is short too. I will talk to your mommy tomorrow about some changes that need to be made, Nanny said. You need another 12 diapers. The diaper mat is folded and put away. Dale is tucked into his twin bed in a toddler girl's nightgown, diapers, and plastic panties. Nanny teases him again about looking like a toddler girl. You are too little to be sleeping in a twin bed, Nanny insisted. I will have your mommy get a crib and diaper table. No way, I am sleeping in a crib, exclaimed Dale in shock. You will do what I tell you with mommy's approval, Nanny said. You need a crib that will keep you safe overnight. Dale feels his birthday was more like a nightmare. His wedding is no longer going to be ignored and he has a full-time nanny. Never too old for nannikins. Tony Martin is a small adult male who recently graduated from high school. His grades were only average, making college unlikely. Violet Martin is his mother, who is a single parent after the divorce. The family lives in St. Augustine, Florida in the year 1995. Tony is 18 years old and Violet is 38. Mother has been letting Tony get away with a lot for years. She knows life has been difficult after the divorce. Tony is just 5 foot tall, barely weighing 90 pounds. Violet, his mother, is 5 feet 9 inches tall and weighs 150 pounds. She is attractive and recently started dating. This is the first time dating since the divorce. Tony was left home alone Friday night while mother went out on a date with her boyfriend Hank. Tony blasted Metallica on his stereo and upset a few neighbors. The Martins live in a 2-bedroom condo with neighbors on both sides and above. Today is Saturday. Mother got the news Tony was a disturbance last night when she was out. Mom found several empty beer cans in the trash. Tony is 18 and the legal age to drink is 21 in Florida. Violet is not happy to hear the complaints. I thought I could trust you to behave when I was on my date, Violet lectured Tony. Our neighbors said you were intoxicated and playing very loud music. Don't believe everything you hear, Tony replied. I think the neighbors should mind their own business. I have another date with Hank tonight and you are going to the babysitter's house, Violet informed Tony. What babysitter? Tony asked. I don't have a babysitter. You have one now and her name is Linda Larson, Violet said. One of the neighbors who complained about Tony recommended Linda Larson as a strict no-nonsense babysitter. Linda lives in a house across town and prefers her charges are brought to her. Linda is 6 foot tall, weighing 180 pounds and loves to work out. She is 21 and not much older than Tony. I can't believe you found me a babysitter at my age, Tony said, not happy about this. I don't need a babysitter. Violet left out any details about Linda other than she is his new babysitter. Tony feels after one day with him Linda won't want him back. Tony is a modern-day hippie with long hair. He smoked pot in the house last night while drinking and listening to music. Hank is taking me to Disney World and picking me up in an hour, Violet said. I am taking you to Linda's house now. What? You must be kidding me, Mother, Tony objected. After last night you cannot be trusted home alone, Violet said. Get your butt out the door and into the car. Tony is pissed off about this. He did not take his morning shower yet. Tony planned on hanging out at the video store in the mall. That is a good way to spend a Saturday having fun. Tony has on long brown pants with a blue t-shirt as Mom escorts him out to the car. He doesn't know it yet, but Linda is keeping him overnight. Disney takes a long time to see and Violet wants to stay for the 10 p.m. fireworks display over Cinderella's castle. No overnight bag is packed since Linda said none is needed. In just 15 minutes Mother pulls up to a rather large home. She brings Tony and knocks at the front door. Linda was filled in on Tony's bad behavior before Anne is ready for the boy. Hello, you must be Violet, Linda said, with your little boy. I am not a little boy, bitch, Tony said. I am 18 years old. How dare you talk to me this way, Linda said, dragging little Tony inside her house. You are a brat like Mommy told me. I will be back around this time tomorrow, Violet said. Feel free to discipline Tony any way you wish. Suddenly Mother leaves in the car, leaving Tony in the hands of his strict babysitter. Linda believes Tony is just a boy even if she is only 3 years older. She has ways to discipline bratty children. Tony is told to have a seat in the living room. I have no overnight bag, Tony said. Mother never said I was spending the night. No need to worry, baby, Linda said. I have what is needed. Linda with her long black hair stands over Tony like a giant. She has on red shorts with a yellow t-shirt and is a pretty lady. Tony can't help but notice her rather large assets. "Little boys don't need to notice my assets," Linda said. "I am not a little boy." Tony replied, "Stop calling me that." Linda has a seat on the couch right next to little Tony. She grabs both of his arms and pulls him over her knees. Tony's pants are pulled down and so are his briefs. Linda starts spanking Tony's bare bottom and he is held firmly in place. "Stop this immediately," Tony said in shock by what happened. Smack, 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 smack. Linda is soundly spanking Tony on his bottom. Smack, 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 smack. Linda continues the spanking. "You are a spoiled brat and deserve a good hard spanking," Linda said, completely in control. Smack, 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 smack. Linda is reddening Tony's entire bottom with her spanking. Smack, 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 smack. The wise-mouthed boy is getting spanked like a naughty toddler. "You will be given a bath since you need one," Linda said, "after I finish your spanking." Smack, 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 smack. Poor Tony can't escape the grip of this large, strict babysitter. Smack, 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 smack. He is kicking and crying like a toddler. Smack, 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 smack. A few more spanks are needed. "Are you going to obey me or should I continue your spanking?" Linda asked before letting Tony up. "Yes, Nanny, I will obey you," Tony exclaimed, humiliated by being spanked like a toddler. Tony is made to stand in the corner with his pants and briefs down by his ankles. Linda goes to the hall bathroom and fills the tub with a perfumed bubble bath. She gets out her hair remover and puts it on the counter. "Get yourself undressed completely and put your clothes on the coffee table," Linda said. "You won't need them anymore." Tony was spanked into submission and obeys Linda. He is taken to the bathroom and made to stand on a bath mat by the tub. His chest is bare of hair but his legs have some. Tony's crotch has only a bit of hair and some on his bottom. "Stand still while I rub this cream where it is needed," Linda said, starting with Tony's legs. "What is this cream you are putting all over me?" Tony asked. "Shut up and do as you are told," Linda said, covering Tony's private parts and bottom with hair. Tony has not started shaving his face yet, but Linda covers his whisker area with hair. This will get rid of any growth that is starting. Tony has no other body hair and will soon have none anywhere. He gets concerned when the hair begins to sting a bit. Linda makes sure 5 minutes passes out of the bathtub. "Okay, baby, gets in the tub and soak for a while," Linda said. While Tony soaks in the warm bubble bath, Linda takes his old clothes and puts them in a bag. She goes to Tony's room where there is a crib and diaper table. Linda often watches special needs children who are older. They are kept diapered and sleep in the crib. Tony is older than most of them but not bigger. "Stand up so I can wash you from head to toe," Linda said back in the bathroom. Linda takes a bar of Dial Gold soap and makes the washcloth very soapy. She starts by washing Tony's feet one at a time. Linda washes both legs with the soapy washcloth. He is soaped up and scrubbed all the way up to his navel. A shower sprayer is attached to the faucet. Tony is rinsed with warm water from his navel down. Tony's body hair washes away completely. "What the heck is going on here?" Tony asked. "My body hair washed away, my leg and crotch hair is gone." Linda ignores Tony and re-soaps the washcloth. She washes Tony's entire body other than his hair. His face is washed and rinsed, his entire body is rinsed. Linda has baby shampoo and has Tony sit in the bubble bath again. She wets his hair with clean water and shampoos it. The hair is rinsed well and a conditioner is used. That is rinsed away afterward. "Look how cute you are without any body hair," Linda said, admiring her work. "You are my toddler girl, sweetie." "What do you mean toddler girl?" Tony said, feeling insulted. I mean that I am going to treat you as if you are a toddler girl, Linda said. That includes getting you in a diaper. Oh no you don't, Tony said. You can't diaper an 18-year-old adult like me. Do you want another spanking? Linda asked. You are going on the diaper table after I dry you off. Tony is not happy about this babysitter he was going to make not want him anymore. Instead, Linda is making Tony not want her anymore. Tony is dried with a large towel and his long brown hair is combed out while still wet. Tony is picked up like a toddler. He is facing Linda with legs wrapped around her waist. Tony is taken to the nursery and laid on the big diaper table. Linda pulls out an Attens adult small diaper and lays it next to Tony. She has diaper rash cream and starts by applying it to Tony's red bottom. She rubs the stuff on his crotch and private parts. Tony is distressed but not excited to have this done. He is feeling humiliated and embarrassed. Naughty boys who are a brat need a nappy at any age, Linda said, slipping the diaper under Tony's bottom by lifting his legs. Tony tried to get up but there is no way with the big babysitter holding him down. Linda lifts his legs and smacks his bottom a few times on each cheek. This makes Tony submissive again. Linda pulls the thick diaper up between Tony's legs and makes the waist even front and back. She fastens the bottom tapes first, then the middle tapes, and finally the top tapes. Tony is secured snugly in his 6 tapes nappy. Linda slips a real cute blue ladies shirt on Tony. That is all he will be wearing, so the nappy is on display. Linda blow dries Tony's long brown hair. She ties a cute pink ribbon in his hair, making a bow at the top. Cute babyish socks are put on Tony's feet. You look like a big toddler girl and no one would think you are a male, Linda said, showing Tony himself in a mirror. A pink blanket is put on the floor of the living room. Tony can see a playpen on the back screen porch. He is stunned to be treated this way, all with force from his babysitter. Tony is given a cute stuffy toy to play with on his blanket. No more using the toilet since I have you in a diaper, Linda said. Taking your diaper off means another spanking. A pacifier is in Tony's mouth as he stares with fear at Linda. He relaxes on his belly next to a large blue stuffed elephant. Tony wants to be back home where he feels he belongs. Good little girl, go ahead and take a nap, Linda said, smiling. 2 hours later, Linda finds Tony sitting on his blanket playing with his stuffy toy. He is adorable as a toddler girl and Linda makes sure to tell Tony this. Linda feels a new name is needed other than Tony. She tells Tony he will answer to Tina when she babysits him. Tony feels strange as a diapered toddler girl. Dinner is served in the kitchen with Tina in a high chair with a bib tied around her neck. Linda feeds the Sissy baby jarred baby food he does not like. 2 large jars of creamed peas are spoon-fed, followed by 2 large jars of stewed prunes. Some fiber is needed to help the toddler girl poop later. I will fix you a baby bottle of warm formula to drink, Linda said, going to the kitchen. She heats up some formula next. In the high chair, Tina is forced to drink a full baby bottle of warm formula. The supper ends with some chocolate pudding. Linda has to eat and has her supper with Tina in her high chair. To her surprise, Tina has to pee and must wet her diaper. I know you just peed your diaper, Linda said. I will change you on your blanket. Tina is removed from her high chair and taken to the living room. Her diaper is removed, Tina is cleaned with baby wipes, and she is treated with diaper rash cream and baby powder. A clean diaper is slipped in place and taped on snugly. Tina is in the diaper position afterward in a fresh, clean nappy. Linda watches soap operas on TV while looking after Tina. A couple of hours later, Tina rolls over on her right side and messes her nappy. The stewed prunes did the job. Tina is red-faced with embarrassment to already have wet a diaper. She just pooped a diaper and needs changing again. That red chair is where I will sit if you need another spanking, Linda said. I will change your diaper when my show ends. An hour or so later, Tina is diaper changed again on her blanket. A poopy diaper is placed in a Ziploc bag and disposed of. A clean diaper is taped on Tina by his large babysitter. Tina hates that her babysitter is just 3 years older than she is. You need some exercise before it gets dark outside, Linda said, pushing Tina out the front door in just a diaper and t-shirt. Tina is stunned but decides not to run away and get picked up by the police dressed this way. Linda will surely call the police if Tina runs away. That would be very embarrassing to be picked up as a toddler girl and possibly make the nightly news. Open the door and let me back inside the house, Tina said. You are not the first child to be seen outside my house in a diaper, Linda said, opening the door. She takes Tina by the hand and walks her down to the corner and back for exercise. A few neighbors are outside. They assume Tina is another special needs child. Tina is very cute and several people wave hello from a distance. Hello Linda, who is the cute little girl in a diaper? Pamela asked, coming up to them. Pamela is 18 like Tina and lives next door. She asks if Tina is 12 years old, embarrassing Tony as Tina. Tony does not say a word, knowing he has a male voice. Linda introduces Tina as being 13 but small for her age. Pamela gives Tina a pat on her diapered bottom and goes back inside. It is dark enough for street lights to be on when Linda takes Tina back inside. Tina is bottle-fed a baby bottle of cold water while being rocked on Linda's lap in a rocking chair. Tina has no choice but to drink it up and she is thirsty. You will be sleeping in the crib tonight with the sides raised, Linda told Tina. You can stay up another hour until 9 p.m. I don't go to bed until midnight at home, Tony as Tina said. You go to bed when I say you go to bed, Linda replied. I better change you since you are wet. Tina is taken to the diaper table and changed into a clean diaper. Linda put a cute yellow nylon nightgown on Tina to sleep in. Tina watches television until 9 p.m. and is carried to the nursery. Linda places Tina in the crib and raises the side. I will be right back with a baby bottle of warm formula to help you sleep, Linda said, dimming the nursery lights. Conclusion: that night Tony as Tina tossed and turned in her crib until she fell asleep. Around 3 a.m. Tina wet her diaper and then fell back to sleep. The fun last night listening to Metallica and having a few beers seems like a mistake now. Linda was about to go to bed around 11 p.m. when the phone rang unexpectedly. Linda wonders who this can be calling so late on a Saturday night. It is Violet calling to ask Linda a question. Ring, ring. Hello, this is Linda, she said. Who am I speaking to and how can I help you? This is Violet calling from Disney World, Violet replied. Hank just asked me to marry him after the fireworks display. Could you possibly watch Tony for a week? Sure, that is what a babysitter is for, Linda said politely. Are you going out of town or something? Yes, we are going to fly to Las Vegas and get married, Violet said, feeling delighted by her proposal. We want to stay a full week for our honeymoon. That is super cool to hear, Linda said. I will gladly watch Tony for a week. Congratulations to both of you. Linda tells Violet about how she has dominated Tony for being a naughty boy and brat. She further explains the use of diaper discipline and petticoat punishment she used on Tony. His name is not Tony anymore, it is Tina, Linda explained. I gave Tony a makeover and feminized him as a toddler girl. Are you serious? Violet asked. Is he back in diapers too? Yes, Nanny, I have Tony back in diapers and toddler girl's clothes, Linda said. He is asleep in the nursery in a crib. Great, we will keep Tina a diapered toddler girl, Violet said. Our first trip to the nursery. As the locked door opens, we see the words in script that read, Rachel's nursery. This must be the room for the little girl we have come to meet. The room is very dark, even though it's 8 a.m. in the morning, the curtains are closed and zippered shut. A small night light gives us ability to see, and the room is a model of ultra-feminine and little girl styles. The room consists of a changing table, a high chair, an open closet, that gives us just a glimpse of the plethora of dresses inside of it. In the corner is the crib. The crib has an occupant in it, and we take a peek at the person in the crib that is secured by its wrists and ankles. A short pink top did nothing to hide the extremely bulbous diaper, that is obviously very filled, according to the smell. The person in the crib is at least 5'4", and rather large for a little girl. However, we know that this is Rachel, a 25-year-old TS that has been completely and permanently age-regressed to a 3-year-old child. The little girl's nurse, an elderly and very obvious transvestite slave caretaker named Wilhelmina, who has been feminized for some 30-plus years, has just entered the room and beckons us to leave. She says we can return in about 15, after she is changed and ready to be fed. We take our leave, get a snack and drink, and wait until we are summoned to return. Wilhelmina bellows our return, and we see that Rachel is now awake. She is wearing an extremely short pink dress with the words "Sissy baby" scripted on the chest. Her diaper is changed, however it appears she has multiple diapers and 2 pairs of plastic panties. Let me explain what's happening now. The transvestite nurse says the child will be given her morning feeding. An overly large clear bag hangs from a pole with an attached feeding tube. The mixture consists of extra heavy doses of female hormones, baby formula, baby oatmeal, prune juice, stool softener, and diuretics. The sissy little girl hasn't eaten solid food, or anything remotely adult, in over 4 years. One of us asked if the hormones make her sex smaller. The nurse replied that Rachel has been castrated and been given a penectomy, and that the hormones will shrink whatever muscle tone she still may have, as her owners, 2 lesbians females, don't want her to be able to walk unaided. The nurse continued that she has also had her voxbox altered to that of a small child, and that her tongue was adjusted so that she always spoke with a very heavy lisp. The transvestite nurse then placed the tube in a large pacifier, and strapped and locked it behind the child's head. She opened the feeding tube and adjusted it so that the sissy little girl sucked in a continuous, comfortably manner. We will check on the sissy in about 1/2 an hour, as by then she should be starting to expel and fill her diaper again. So, we are asked to head out with Rachel's 2 mommies to go to Diaper Town with them, to buy sissy Rachel a month's supply of diapers, and possibly a larger playpen and some baby toys for it. We of course agree, and cannot wait to find out more about sissy little girl Rachel, and her permanent sissy little girl lifestyle. Petticoat Revolt. What exotic amusement and delight I find in tantalizing and provoking my maid, Jean, my demure, sweet little Jean, until the male husband beneath those frills loses his self-control, forgets his agreement, and begs to be released from his petticoat prison. It is morning. I have been awakened by my pretty Jean at 10 a.m. How pretty and dainty she looks in her smart uniform of black taffeta, the high, boned neck with a frill of white lace, the long sleeves, these with frills matching the collar, the tight bodice with maidenly charms pressing against the silk. The tiny corseted waist, the pretty skirt, flared out with layers of frothy hemmed petticoats, as she places the breakfast tray before me and waits dutifully for my instructions. Yes, madam. No, madam. Always the pretty servile maid, my adorable petticoated husband. After my letters and the paper, Jean helps me with my bath, making certain the water is just the right temperature, scented to my taste. She rubs me down with a coarse towel until my skin shines, then dusts me off with fragrant talc. Her little hands move so capably, so efficiently. As a reward, I take her pretty face in my hands and kiss her quivering lips. Back in my room, she helps me dress, arranges my hair, every bit the efficient maid, for she has been well trained for her role. I give orders for the rest of the day, before I depart for lunch. I shall be dining with the Wilsons tonight, Jean. Perhaps I shall wear my Paytu black velvet, or maybe the Meinbocker blue velvet. You will see that they are pressed and steamed, and you may sew on new hooks and eyes. Yes, madam. Jean replies, curtsying. All afternoon, Jean is busy handling the dresses she adores. It is evening. Jean helps me to dress, her fingers trembling with excitement as she lowers stiff, rustling taffeta petticoats over my head, caressing them affectionately with her hands. I swish over to my dressing table where she arranges my hair, lacquers my nails, all the while I make pretty frou-frou with my petticoats. She looks at me with adoring, glistening eyes. I find some excuse to have her kneel near my feet. She finds some excuse to touch the hems. I pretend not to notice. Darling George, I murmur reflectively, he adores velvet. He will be able to visit me tonight, and Jean, he really makes love so divinely. Ah! This will be a fascinating evening. There is a little sob from the figure at my feet. Oh darling, must you? How I hate the way George paws you. I can't stand this any longer. I can't stand seeing you in his arms. Jean! I exclaim icily. You forget yourself. You shall be punished severely. You will regret this outburst, I promise you. Tears come to her eyes, and she pleads, oh madam, please forgive me. I ignore her pleas and order her to bring me my switch. She minces over to the bureau and returns, holding it before her. You may lay it down for now and help me into my gown. Jean's eyes light up. Perhaps I will forgive her. She hastens to envelope me in my velvet gown, hooking it about me. A sudden change comes over her. I feel her body stiffen. She has the audacity to close her hands over my breasts. I whirl about to face her. What I see frightens me. This is not me pretty Jean, the gleaming eyes, the leering mouth. Jean, down on your knees this minute and ask my forgiveness. My fear increases as her arms reach out to envelope me, her lips crush mine with their caress, and I feel myself being forced backward towards the bed. Jean, Jean, I cry, now thoroughly frightened. Darling, I'll let you out of your petticoats tomorrow. I scream, as I feel my lovely gown being ripped from my body, my petticoats following. Soon I am naked, except for my stays and slippers. She takes the whip in her hand and starts lashing me, little caring where it lands. I scram and run about the room, the whip following as my body becomes covered with red welts. Make me wear petticoats. Crack, make me be your maid. Crack, let other men make love to you. Crack crack swish, crack. I slip to the floor in a faint. I awaken to find myself laying on the bed with my Jean taking her lust out on my aching body. Playing baby. But Mom, Sarah exclaimed as her mother slid the diaper under her rear. No, but her mother proclaimed as she take the diaper in place. You were the one who wanted to be a baby. Sarah just lay there. Her mother was right. She had been playing baby. Truth be told, Sarah did not know why she had been playing. It all seemed so stupid. Both Sarah and her mother looked at each other. The story began to unfold. Sandy, Sarah's mother, remembered the day well. She had been collecting clothes to run in the washing machine and decided to grab some of her 13-year-old daughters from her room. She had not even bothered to knock, she just opened the door. What she had seen made her drop the laundry basket she was carrying. There was her daughter standing in front of her wearing a pillowcase like a diaper. To make matters worse, in her daughter's mouth was a pacifier. Sarah had jumped at the sight of her mother, spit the pacifier out and reached for her robe to cover herself. Mother, don't you knock! Sarah screamed. Sandy just stood there looking at her daughter. Just what do you think you're doing? She finally managed to get out. None of your business, came the reply. Sandy found her voice. It is to my business. My daughter is sucking a pacifier and wearing what might as well be a diaper, and I want to know why. Sarah looked into her mother's eyes. How badly she wanted to explain. She wanted to tell her mother how she missed being a baby. How much she wanted to be one again. But she couldn't. Her mother would never understand. All Sarah could think to say was, I don't know. Sandy looked at her and shaking her head grabbed the laundry basket off the floor and left the room. Sarah collapsed onto her bed and began to cry. Her worst fear had come true. Her mother had seen her and now there was something between them. Meanwhile downstairs Sandy was crying for a different reason. What had she done wrong? Sarah had always been a good kid, got good grades in school. She had never been in real trouble. Sandy sat in her favorite chair and tried to grasp what she had just discovered. What had she done wrong? She needed to talk to Sarah, but that was not going to be easy. Silent tears fell down Sandy's cheeks. The clock ticked the minutes slowly. Time, it seemed, had come almost to a standstill. After a few minutes, Sandy heard the shuffle of feet coming down the stairs. Mother and daughter looked at each other. Both remained silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Sarah found herself wanting to explain. Sandy looked her daughter over and was glad to see she had taken off the pillowcase. After a moment or two, both of them felt it was time to chat. "Mom, I think we should talk," Sarah began. "Just tell me why," Sandy responded. Sarah took a deep breath. "It's hard to explain," she began. "Take your time," her mother told her. After taking a couple of deep breaths, Sarah began to explain. She told her mother about her wish to be a baby again and how she did not know why. That she had felt this way for several months. She had looked up on the internet for information and discovered that she was a teen baby. Sarah was near tears when she finished. Sandy had listened to everything her daughter had said. When Sarah finished talking, Sandy took a deep breath herself and simply said, "Thank you." Sarah looked at her mother. A few quiet minutes passed between them. Sandy finally broke the silence. "I need to think about this." "Okay," Sarah responded. "I'm going to bed." And with that, Sarah shuffled off to bed. Sandy sat in silence and stared out the window. She needed to talk to someone. After a few minutes, she thought of her friend Violet. Violet was a trained child therapist. If anyone could help her put all this together. Sandy picked up the phone and made an appointment to see her tomorrow. After making the appointment, Sandy headed off to try and sleep. Chapter 2. "You don't look good," Violet remarked as she opened the door and looked at her friend. "I don't feel well," Sandy responded. "So what's going on?" Violet asked. Slowly Sandy began to bring Violet up to speed. She told her everything, from walking in on her daughter to the conversation afterwards. She even was able to talk about her feelings on the matter. Violet listened carefully to her friend's story. When Sandy finished, Violet spoke quietly. "First and foremost, you did nothing wrong. Teen babies, or infantilists, are more common than you think. Nobody knows what causes someone to be this way. It just is." "But what do I do now?" Sandy asked. "That depends on what you want," Violet answered. "I just want it to go away," Sandy responded. "Well, it won't just go away. But you can make it go away if you want," Violet said. "How?" was the only words that Sandy could get out. "Simple," Violet responded. "Give her what she wants, but on your terms." "What do you mean?" Sandy inquired. "Teen babies want to be a baby for real," Violet said. "What I would do is make her a baby for the summer. The whole thing. By the end of summer she will be so sick of it that she will be begging to be a big girl for the rest of her life." "I'm not sure I can do that," Sandy replayed. "Sure you can. It's no different than taking care of a real baby. Everything is just bigger. I would add one thing to it," Violet said matter of fact. "I would require her to come here and see me once a week." "Why?" Sandy asked. I can monitor her mental health and give her a place to complain about being treated like a baby after the newness wears off. Sandy thought long and hard about what Violet had been saying. It could work. She was not sure that she was looking forward to spending the summer changing diapers, but the reset of it sounded like the perfect way to deal with it. After all, if she had been caught smoking, Sandy would have made her finish a whole pack. Just one thing bothered her. What if this doesn't work? Sandy asked her friend. First off, it will work. Second off, with the therapy that she will be getting from me, she will want to give up being a baby for sure. Violet answered. After a moment of contemplation, Sandy stood up and announced, I'll do it. Good. Have her in my office next Friday. We will start therapy then. Violet said as she shook her friend's hand. And good luck. Thank you, Sandy said as she walked out of the room. She had some shopping to do before Sarah got home from school today. Sandy left her friend's office and headed straight to the store. There she picked up everything she thought she might need for the summer. She picked up a couple of bottles and a couple of pacifiers. She picked up 3 big cans of formula and of course she picked up a couple of bags of diapers. Soon she was arriving home. She was somewhat surprised to see her daughter home already. Sarah was laying out on the front lawn sunbathing. Sandy put her purchases away and then went to her daughter. Hi Mom, Sarah said as Sandy came into view. What's up? Nothing much. You're home early. Sandy responded. Half day. Sarah said. Well, I need to talk to you. Sandy said matter of fact. Sarah sat up and looked at her mother. So talk, I have been thinking about what you said last night. Oh, that, Sarah said, remembering the night before. She had hoped her mother would have forgotten about it. Sarah. Sandy started. I have been thinking, and if being a baby is what you want, then being a baby you should have. Sarah looked at her mother with a surprised look on her face. What do you mean? If you want to be a baby, then I am willing to let you be one. For the summer. Sandy told her daughter. I see. Sarah said with a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Now there are 2 conditions that I must insist on. Sandy said. First and foremost, if that's what you want, it must last all summer. There is no changing your mind after a week or 2. Sarah just looked at her mother. Could this really be happening? It would be a dream come true. Sarah simply nodded her head. And second, you must have weekly therapy sessions with Violet. Sandy continued. Why? Sarah asked. It's one of my conditions. Was all Sandy said. So the question to you is, do you want to be a baby or not? Sarah stared at her mother for a moment. She was still trying to figure out if her mother was kidding or not. After a minute of silence, Sarah spoke from her heart. More than anything. Then come with me. Sandy said. Both of them got up and walked into the house. They walked upstairs and into Sarah's room. Sarah was shocked to see the bags of diapers on her bed. Lay down, Sandy commanded. Sarah sat down on her bed. Sandy grabbed a diaper out one of the bags of diapers and quickly put her daughter back into diapers. Sarah lay on her bed in bliss. She was finally getting what her heart had always wanted. The only thing that bothered her was the thought of talking with Violet about this. Sandy looked at her daughter and smiled. This was going to be fun on some levels. After finishing getting Sarah back in diapers, Sandy put a pacifier in her mouth and left the room. Sarah sucked the pacifier and smiled. She was a baby at last. Chapter 3. Sarah lay on her bed feeling things she had felt deep down come bubbling to the surface. The first thing she felt was the sensation of being diapered. She was in real diapers for the first time since she was potty trained at the age of 2. The diapers felt wonderful. She felt like her body was encased in love. She moved around just to hear them crinkle. Sucking on the pacifier was the second thing she felt. Her mother had given it to her right after putting her in diapers. Slowly she moved it in her tongue. True, she had sucked pacifiers before, but this one felt different. LT was special cause her mother gave it to her. Sarah smiled her biggest smile. A few tears of joy fell down her face. She grabbed her stuffed bear off her bed and gave it a big hug. The main thing she felt was happy. She was a baby again. Sarah slowly let the full reality seep in. School was out for the summer and Sarah had no plans. Now she was a baby again and looking forward to every part of the next 3 months. Downstairs in the kitchen, Sandy was busy working. Dinner had to be made and she had work to do. First she made a bottle of formula. Then she realized what she forgot to buy at the market: no baby food. Grabbing the bottle of formula, Sandy headed back upstairs to feed the baby. Sandy got up to her daughter's room and stood in the doorway for a moment. What she saw melted her heart. There on her bed was Sarah, clutching her teddy bear and smiling. Sandy knew that she was doing the right thing. She let out a quick sigh and entered the room. Sarah opened her eyes and looked at her mother. Sandy sat on the bed and before Sarah could say a word, removed the pacifier and replaced it with the bottle. Whatever Sarah was gonna say did not leave her lips. Instead, she sucked on the bottle and closed her eyes. The sucking of the bottle and the beating of her heart caused Sarah to get very tired. Soon she drifted off to sleep. The last thing she remembered was her mother checking her diaper. Sarah did not care at that moment cause she was fast asleep. Chapter 4. Sandy watched her daughter sleep for a few minutes and then went back downstairs to work on When the Baby Wakes Up. She needed to get a few things of the attic, so she made the climb upstairs. It took a good half-hour of work, but soon everything would be ready. Sandy sat in her favorite chair and thought about the coming months. She had to admit, when Violet had first suggested the idea to her, she had wondered if her friend has lost her mind. But looking at how happy Sarah had been while she drank her bottle made Sandy feel better. This plan of hers could work. Sarah seemed to relish the thought of being a baby and Sandy wanted her daughter to grow up. Maybe a summer as a baby would give her the time she needed to realize that you cannot always go back. Sandy sighed and started to think about what the summer held in store for both of them. The one thing that was certain was that things were never gonna be the same again. Upstairs, Sarah slept to her heart's content. She was having a wonderful dream. In her dream she was a baby again. Sleeping in a crib and enjoying every minute of it. She saw through the bars of the crib as her mother puttered around in her nursery. "Does my baby like to watch mommy work?" her mother asked her. Sarah found herself giggling at the question. The dream was very relaxing. Like floating on a cloud. However, it did not last long enough. All too soon Sarah found herself waking up. She stretched and sat up in her bed, not a crib like she wanted but a bed. Sarah sat there for a few minutes and wondered what to do. Part of her wanted to throw some clothes on and go find her mother. Part of her wanted to just lay down and sleep some more. Sarah thought for a minute, then made her choice. She was not gonna get any more dressed but was gonna go find out what her mother was up to. Sarah stood up and went to open the door. After leaving her room, Sarah headed down to the living room and to find her mother. There mother sat in her favorite chair in deep thought. Sarah coughed to get her mother's attention. "I see we are up from our nap," her mother said as a greeting. "Yep," Sarah replied. "Well, what are you doing down here?" Sandy asked. "I came looking for you," came the answer. "Well, we have 2 problems then," Sandy stated. "Like I said, if you are gonna be a baby you must be one full time. That means you do not leave your room until somebody comes and gets you. I know you do not have a real crib, but you do not get out of bed until I get you up." "Understood," Sandy explained. "Yes," Sarah answered. Also, babies do not walk, they crawl. So I want you to crawl everywhere. Got it, Sandy stated. Okay, Sarah said. Now crawl over here. Sandy said. Sarah dropped to all fours and crawled over to her mother. Sandy reached over and checked her daughter's diaper. Finding it still dry, she then motioned for Sarah to come to the other side of the room. Sarah looked over to where her mother was wanting her to go and was surprised to see a playpen set up. Sarah crawled over to the playpen and was soon climbing in it. Once inside, Sandy spoke again. This is where I want you to stay while I make dinner. Sarah just shook her head. Sandy left the room and came back with a bottle of juice. This should keep you till it is dinner time, Sandy said matter of fact. Sarah grabbed the bottle and lay down in the playpen. Her only thought being that this just keeps getting better. Sarah looked around the room as she sat in her playpen and smiled. This was starting out to be the best summer ever. Sandy went into the kitchen again to try and figure out how to feed Sarah baby food when she did not have any. She thought for a moment about leaving her daughter and going back to the store but dismissed the idea. She had to think of Sarah as a baby and she would never leave a baby unattended. It was then that an idea hit her. Tonight's dinner would be mac and cheese. She could use the blender and blend Sarah's portion to the right consistence. Sandy began to hum to herself as she made dinner. She had not hummed in a few years and was surprised to be doing so now. It just seemed to make sense. She hummed a tune she had not thought about in years. Meanwhile, in the living room, Sarah finished her bottle and began to wonder what to do next. She looked around the playpen for something to look at or do. Finding nothing, she sighed a sigh of boredom. She had to admit she was bored. A few minutes later, she felt the need to pee. She almost stood up to go to the bathroom. She forgot for only a second. Still, she found it hard to wet her pants. After about 5 minutes, Sarah finally felt her bladder empty as she peed into her diaper. When she finished, she sat there and closed her eyes. The feeling of a wet diaper was different than she thought it would be. It felt warm and wonderful. The problem was that Sarah did not know what to do. She thought about calling for her mother. She also thought about getting out of the playpen and go looking for her. Sarah was not sure what to do. She was still thinking through her choices when she heard her mother's voice. Is my baby hungry? Yes, Sarah started. And a little wet too. Sandy looked at her daughter. She actually wet her pants, Sandy thought. No turning back now. Sandy thought through her options before speaking. Like I said before, you wanted to be a baby and babies wet their pants. They do not care and neither should you. I will change you when I realize that you need to be changed. Sarah just nodded that she understood. Sandy helped Sarah out of her playpen and walked out of room. Sarah crawled after her into the kitchen. Her diaper felt a little heavy. Upon arriving in the kitchen, Sarah was surprised to see a high chair set up. Sandy looked at her daughter. Shall we see if it still fits? Yes, Sarah answered as she climbed into the chair. To both of their surprise and Sarah's delight, she fit. Sandy tied a bib on her daughter and proceeded to feed her the macaroni and cheese. Sarah sat quietly and ate every spoonful. All the while thinking, my mother is feeding me like a baby. This is so cool. Soon dinner was over and Sandy gave Sarah another bottle to drink while she ate. Sarah sat in her high chair drinking her bottle and feeling a lot better. Soon dinner was over and cleaned up. So, Sandy said as she removed the tray of the high chair. Let's get you into a dry diaper. With that, she took Sarah by her hand, walked them both upstairs. Chapter 5. Sarah and her mother arrived at her room and Sandy went to work. Sarah went straight to her bed and sat down. Sandy grabbed a diaper and then looked at her diaper. Not on the bed. Let's change you on the floor, Sandy said. Sarah got down on the floor. Sandy looked at her daughter and smiled. The plan was gonna work and Sarah had no idea how much she was gonna hate being a baby by summer's end. Sandy then bent over her daughter and gave her a pacifier. Watching her suck it just reinforced what Sandy was thinking. Sandy sighed and got right to work. First she removed the wet diaper. Then she sprinkled a bit of baby powder and rubbed it into her Sarah's diaper area. Then she lifted her diaper by her legs and slid another diaper underneath before bringing it up between her legs and tapping it shut. The whole time she was getting changed, Sarah had kept her eyes closed. Sandy wondered what her daughter was thinking. After finishing changing her daughter's diaper, she rolled the wet diaper into a ball and placed it into the trash. She then helped her daughter to her feet. "It is too early for bed. So back to the playpen for you," she told Sarah. Sarah grabbed her stuffed bear and began to crawl toward the living room and her playpen. Once there, she laid down and starting to play with her bear. Sandy sat in her favorite chair and watched her daughter play. She was so cute in some ways, Sandy thought to herself. Sarah meanwhile was thinking about other things. She still could not believe what was happening. Her mother had fed her dinner in a high chair and then had changed her diaper. She had her diaper changed like it was not big deal. Sarah laid down in her playpen, sucking her pacifier and playing with her bear. This was the life that she had always wanted. Her mind went back over the feelings of the past few minutes. She had felt her diaper rate before her mother changed her and it did not feel as nice as it did before dinner. Feeling the open air on her rear had been a nice change of pace. She had been surprised by the feeling of the baby powder. It felt wonderful against her skin. Then the fresh diaper felt like home again as her mother had taped it shut. She had felt encased in love one more time. Now she sits in her playpen playing with her bear and loving every minute of it. Sarah smiled and looked at her mother, who smiled back. "Is my little girl happy?" Mom asked matter-of-factly. Sarah just smiled her answer. "Good, cause it's gonna last 3 months. Sandy reminded her. Sarah listened to her mother speak and the only though was simple this. "Only 3 months, I wish this could go on forever." Sandy stared at her daughter for a moment. It was gonna take 3 months to break her daughter of this ridiculous idea of being a baby. But it would be worth it. After all, she would be starting high school within a year and she needed to be a big girl. She needed to give up this love of being a baby. Sandy looked at the clock on the wall. "Time for bed," she announced. Sarah crawled up to her mother and the two of them walked up to Sarah's room. Sandy tucked her daughter in. "I'll be right back," she informed her and left the room. Sarah just looked above her bed and smiled. Today had started out so terribly and was ending so wonderfully. It was hard to believe that less than 24 hours ago she had been discovered in a pillowcase of a diaper and now she was wearing the real thing. Sandy returned and placed a bottle in her daughter's lips. "This should keep you till morning." Sarah took the bottle as her mother left the room with a simple "good night." This had been the best day ever. Chapter 6. Sarah woke up with a strong need to pee. Sitting up in her bed, she almost got out of bed. An internal voice reminded her of the day before. She was supposed to act like a baby. Babies did not use the potty. They just wet their pants. Sarah relaxed and soon enough she felt her diaper get warm from her pee. The warmth overtook her. This was gonna be another beautiful day. After she felt herself stop peeing, Sarah laid back down on her bed to wait for her mother to come in and get her up for the day. Everything felt wonderful. Sarah looked at the clock on her dresser. 7:05 it read. Her mother would not be in until at least 7:30. That was another 25 minutes away. Sarah shifted her weight. The wet diaper reacted to her every move. Sarah stared at the open box of diapers sitting on her dresser. It would be a simple matter to grab one and change herself. The problem was that if she did that it would ruin the baby mode she was now enjoying. After all, she thought to herself, babies do not change themselves. So deep in thought about what to do was Sarah that she did not hear her mother enter the room. "Good morning, little one," Sandy spoke. Sarah almost shot out of her skin. "You scared me." "Sorry about that," her mother replied. "It's okay," Sarah said as she felt her heart race a few beats. "Well, let's get you changed and then breakfast," Sandy said plainly. Sarah lay down on the floor as Sandy grabbed another diaper. In a quick minute Sarah was changed and both of them were heading downstairs for breakfast. Soon Sarah was sitting in her high chair being spoon-fed a bowl of oatmeal. The whole while Sarah was being fed she felt like she was in the best place on earth. This was the life she had always wanted and looked forward to in her dreams. She was looking forward to 3 months of heavenly bliss. Sandy was thinking also. Sandy was wondering how she was gonna keep this up for 3 months. Sure, things were just as Violet had said they were. Everything was just like taking care of a real baby, only bigger. Still, Sandy remembered taking care of a baby and it was a lot of work and very tiring. Still, when she looked into her daughter's eyes, she knew that this was the best thing to do. Soon breakfast was over and the dishes put away. That was when the question of now what came to both of their minds. Sandy had ideas. But there were things to do. Things that required them to leave the house. She had errands to run and the problem now was what to do with Sarah. Normally she would just leave her daughter at home and that would be that. But this was not a normal situation. Sandy finally decided to take her daughter with her. "Let's get you dressed for the day," Sandy spoke. "Where are we going?" Sarah asked with a hint of concern in her voice. "That does not matter. Babies don't care what happens to them and neither should you," came the answer. Soon they were up in Sarah's room and Sand was picking out an outfit for Sarah to put on. In a matter of minutes both women were dressed in jeans and t-shirts and ready for the day. Once they got out to the car, Sandy buckled Sarah into her seat and handed her a pacifier. "I want you to suck on this whenever we are in the car so you do not get fussy. When we leave the car I will put it in my pocket in case you get fussy while we are out," Sandy informed her. Sarah gladly took the pacifier. She loved the details that her mother was putting into this. She had even sat on her bed while her mother had packed a backpack with diapers and stuff. Basically it was her diaper bag. After a moment Sandy started the car up and they were off on errands. With each stop Sarah sadly took the pacifier out and gladly put it back in once they returned to the car. Sandy dropped off clothes at the dry cleaners. Mailed a package to her mother. Then headed back to the super Walmart. Once there Sarah once again took out her pacifier and both walked into the store. Sandy grabbed a cart and the two of them started at one end of the store and worked their way to the other end. Into the cart went baby toys, baby food, and a couple of boxes of baby cereal. With each item that Sandy put in the cart Sarah got happier and happier. She was amazed at what her mother was going to do to make her dream come true. Sarah then watched as her mother went over to the diaper aisle and picked up 2 bags of cloth diapers and a few dozen pairs of extra large plastic pants. Sarah looked at her mother and wondered if she was losing her mind. Sarah liked wearing disposable diapers, not cloth. "Why are you picking up cloth diapers?" she asked. "Babies do not care what kind of diaper they wear," came the answer. Sarah looked a little worried until her mother reached into her pocket and flashed her pacifier at her. "Are we getting fussy?" Sandy asked. For a brief moment Sarah wanted to say yes, but something inside her did not want the world to know she was a baby. She just shook her head no. Sandy smiled and the two of them continued shopping. As they neared the halfway mark of the store, Sarah felt her tummy rumble. She had not thought of this. Thinking through what being a baby meant had not been high on her lists of things when she had said yes to her mother the day before. "Mom." "Yes, dear. I need to go to the bathroom." That is why you are wearing a diaper. Mom, I need to poop. Like I said, that's why you are wearing diapers. Sarah could not believe it. Her mother was making her poop her pants. Sarah just looked at her mother. Part of her wanted to scream with joy and part of her wanted to scream with horror. After all, she was a baby after all, and babies pooped in their diapers. It was while thinking about this that another cramp hit her. Oh well, she thought and relaxed. Soon she felt herself pooping into her diaper. After she was done, she walked over to her mother and let her know what happened. Sandy led Sarah back to the restrooms and both were glad to see the family restroom was not busy. After locking the door, Sandy pulled out Sarah's pacifier to suck on while she changed her diaper. This was the big test, Sandy thought. Now she knew that the next 3 months were gonna be necessary. After all, Sarah was 13, not 2, and needed to be broken of this desire to be a baby. Soon a diaper was changed and both of them were back shopping. Chapter 6. Sarah woke up with a strong need to pee. Sitting up in her bed, she almost got out of bed. An internal voice reminded her of the day before. She was supposed to act like a baby. Babies did not use the potty. They just wet their pants. Sarah relaxed and soon enough she felt her diaper get warm from her pee. The warmth overtook her. This was gonna be another beautiful day. After she felt herself stop peeing, Sarah laid back down on her bed to wait for her mother to come in and get her up for the day. Everything felt wonderful. Sarah looked at the clock on her dresser. 7:05 it read. Her mother would not be in until at least 7:30. That was another 25 minutes away. Sarah shifted her weight. The wet diaper reacted to her every move. Sarah stared at the open box of diapers sitting on her dresser. It would be a simple matter to grab one and change herself. The problem was that if she did that, it would ruin the baby mode she was now enjoying. After all, she thought to herself, babies do not change themselves. So deep in thought about what to do was Sarah that she did not hear her mother enter the room. "Good morning, little one," Sandy spoke. Sarah almost shot out of her skin. "You scared me." "Sorry about that," her mother replied. "It's okay," Sarah said as she felt her heart race a few beats. "Well, let's get you changed and then breakfast," Sandy said plainly. Sarah lay down on the floor as Sandy grabbed another diaper. In a quick minute Sarah was changed and both of them were heading downstairs for breakfast. Soon Sarah was sitting in her high chair being spoon-fed a bowl of oatmeal. The whole while Sarah was being fed, she felt like she was in the best place on earth. This was the life she had always wanted and looked forward to in her dreams. She was looking forward to 3 months of heavenly bliss. Sandy was thinking also. Sandy was wondering how she was gonna keep this up for 3 months. Sure, things were just as Violet had said they were. Everything was just like taking care of a real baby, only bigger. Still, Sandy remembered taking care of a baby and it was a lot of work and very tiring. Still, when she looked into her daughter's eyes, she knew that this was the best thing to do. Soon breakfast was over and the dishes put away. That was when the question of now what came to both of their minds. Sandy had ideas. But there were things to do. Things that required them to leave the house. She had errands to run and the problem now was what to do with Sarah. Normally she would just leave her daughter at home and that would be that. But this was not a normal situation. Sandy finally decided to take her daughter with her. "Let's get you dressed for the day," Sandy spoke. "Where are we going?" Sarah asked with a hint of concern in her voice. "That does not matter. Babies don't care what happens to them and neither should you," came the answer. Soon they were up in Sarah's room and Sand was picking out an outfit for Sarah to put on. In a matter of minutes both women were dressed in jeans and t-shirts and ready for the day. Once they got out to the car, Sandy buckled Sarah into her seat and handed her a pacifier. I want you to suck on this whenever we are in the car so you do not get fussy. When we leave the car I will put it in my pocket in case you get fussy while we are out. Sandy informed her. Sarah gladly took the pacifier. She loved the details that her mother was putting into this. She had even sat on her bed while her mother had packed a backpack with diapers and stuff. Basically it was her diaper bag. After a moment Sandy started the car up and they were off on errands. With each stop Sarah sadly took the pacifier out and gladly put it back in once they returned to the car. Sandy dropped off clothes at the dry cleaners. Mailed a package to her mother. Then headed back to the super Walmart. Once there Sarah once again took out her pacifier and both walked into the store. Sandy grabbed a cart and the two of them started at one end of the store and worked their way to the other end. Into the cart went baby toys, baby food, and a couple of boxes of baby cereal. With each item that Sandy put in the cart Sarah got happier and happier. She was amazed at what her mother was going to do to make her dream come true. Sarah then watched as her mother went over to the diaper aisle and picked up 2 bags of cloth diapers and a few dozen pairs of extra large plastic pants. Sarah looked at her mother and wondered if she was losing her mind. Sarah liked wearing disposable diapers, not cloth. Why are you picking up cloth diapers? She asked. Babies do not care what kind of diaper they wear, came the answer. Sarah looked a little worried until her mother reached into her pocket and flashed her pacifier at her. Are we getting fussy? Sandy asked. For a brief moment Sarah wanted to say yes, but something inside her did not want the world to know she was a baby. She just shook her head no. Sandy smiled and the two of them continued shopping. As they neared the halfway mark of the store, Sarah felt her tummy rumble. She had not thought of this. Thinking through what being a baby meant had not been high on her lists of things when she had said yes to her mother the day before. Mom. Yes, dear. I need to go to the bathroom. That is why you are wearing a diaper. Mom, I need to poop. Like I said, that's why you are wearing diapers. Sarah could not believe it. Her mother was making her poop her pants. Sarah just looked at her mother. Part of her wanted to scream with joy and part of her wanted to scream with horror. After all, she was a baby after all, and babies pooped in their diapers. It was while thinking about this that another cramp hit her. Oh well, she thought and relaxed. Soon she felt herself pooping into her diaper. After she was done she walked over to her mother and let her know what happened. Sandy led Sarah back to the restrooms and both were glad to see the family restroom was not busy. After locking the door, Sandy pulled out Sarah's pacifier to suck on while she changed her diaper. This was the big test. Sandy thought. Now she knew that the next 3 months were gonna be necessary. After all, Sarah was 13 not 2 and needed to be broken of this desire to be a baby. Soon a diaper was changed and both of them were back shopping. Chapter 7. Sarah sat in her seat as her mother drove back from Walmart, sucking on her pacifier and watching the cars go by. She looked over at all the bags that had been bought at the store and smiled to herself. Soon they were home and Sarah was escorted to her playpen. After unloading the car, Sandy brought a few of the toys she had bought and placed them in the playpen for Sarah to play with. That should keep you busy for a while. Sarah just stared at her mother. After a moment she began to play with her toys. Sarah must have played for half an hour before she got bored. Knowing that she could not leave the playpen, she simply laid down and fell asleep. Meanwhile Sandy busied herself with housework. It had been an eventful day so far. Sandy finished her housework and made herself a cup of tea. Sitting at the kitchen table she began to wonder if the plan would work. So far Sarah had shown no signs that she wasn't enjoying herself. Sandy began to think she had made the wrong choice. After finishing her tea, Sandy wandered into the living room and the playpen. What she saw reaffirmed her resolve. There in the playpen was her 13-year-old daughter sleeping. She appeared to have been having the time of her life. Sandy just looked at her and wondered one thing. When would she tire of playing baby? An hour later, Sarah woke up needing to pee. Remembering here she was, she simply relaxed and peed into her diaper. She then sat up and looked around. The living room looked the same as always. Her mother was nowhere to be found. So Sarah sat up and began to play with her toys again. The sad part being she was intellectually too smart for them and soon grew bored. So she just sat in her playpen, sucking on her pacifier and waited for her mother to come get her. A few minutes later, Sandy walked into the room. Sarah looked at her and smiled. "How is my little girl doing?" Sandy asked. "Okay." Sarah answered. "Ready for lunch?" "Yes, please." Sandy helped her daughter out of her playpen and both of them headed for the kitchen. Soon Sarah was back in her high chair, with a bib on, waiting to be fed lunch. Sandy went over to the cabinets to get a couple jars of baby food. She settled on a jar of meat, vegetables, and turkey and a jar of strained peas. Sitting down in front of her daughter, she began to feed her. Sarah took each bite and relished the feeling. Baby food tasted different. It was not as wonderful as she had hoped it would be. But it did not taste that bad. Then came the peas. Sarah thought for sure she was gonna throw up but thankfully didn't. After the lunch of baby foods, Sandy offered Sarah a bottle of apple juice to wash it down with. Sarah had never been so glad to have a bottle in her life. She drank to her heart's content. Sandy meanwhile made herself a quick lunch and then cleaned up the kitchen. Sandy sat at the table and looked at her daughter. What were they gonna do this afternoon? It was while looking at her that Sandy had an idea. "Care to sunbath this afternoon?" Sandy asked her daughter. "Sure," her daughter said without thinking it through. "Then let's get you ready to go outside," Sandy said matter-of-factly. Sandy helped her daughter out of her high chair and both of them walked up to her room. Once there, Sandy had Sarah lay down on her bed and proceeded to change her diaper. This time, however, Sandy changed her into a cloth diaper and plastic pants. Once done, she stood her up and grabbed her by hand to lead her to the outside. "What about pants, Mom?" Sarah asked, noticing her clothing. "Babies do not need pants, so neither do you. Besides, we are going to the backyard, no one will see anything," Sandy informed her. Sarah shrugged and followed her mother's lead. Soon they were outside in the hot sun and laying down on towels to sunbath. Sarah closed her eyes and let the new feelings she had wash over her. Here she was outside in nothing but a diaper and a shirt. This was a strange feeling. She felt very weird. True babies don't care what they wear and neither should she, but something bothered her about it. She also felt the difference between the cloth diaper and her disposable ones. These felt different and the plastic pants made her feel a little hot. But this was what she wanted. She wanted to be a baby and was learning what that meant today. Sandy looked at her daughter and smiled. Sarah was in for a treat, that was for sure. Reaching over to her side, Sandy grabbed a bottle of juice and handed it to Sarah, who took it without asking. It was a sight to see for sure. Soon Sarah felt very tired and fell into a deep sleep. Sandy just lay next to her daughter, taking in the sun. This had to be the best part of the day. Chapter 8. Sarah laid on the blanket drinking in the sun's rays. In her mind was only one thought. This is the life. Nothing to do but lay here and relax. Sarah felt her mother want to put something in her mouth. Sarah just parted her lips and felt the pacifier enter her mouth. She began to suck to her heart's content. The day just passed away within this blissful feeling. The only thing that bothered her was the plastic pants. They seemed to keep a lot of heat, making Sarah feel very hot. Sandy looked at her daughter and smiled. She looked so peaceful. Sandy did not want this moment to end either. Mother and daughter moments like this were few and far between. Sandy let out a sigh of contentment. She looked over at her sleeping daughter and remembered times gone by. A little while later, Sarah woke up needing to pee. Without a moment's thought, she relaxed and emptied her bladder. The feeling of a wet cloth diaper made Sarah feel very uncomfortable. She tried shifting her weight, but nothing could ease her comfort. Sandy noticed her daughter's shifting. "Is the baby uncomfortable?" she asked, guessing the answer. Sarah just shook her head yes. "Well then let's get you changed," Sandy said as she grabbed a diaper and a bottle from behind her. Sarah took the bottle and began to drink nervously. She could not believe her mother was about to change her outside. At least it was into a disposable. Soon the bottle was empty and her diaper was changed. The two ladies went back to sunbathing. The rest of the week was pretty much the same. Sarah stayed in diapers the whole time and loved every minute of it. Thursday night, Sarah got a bath. It had been years since her mother had bathed her and it was wonderful. The only thing that ruined the evening was her mother reminding her of the appointment to see Violet in the morning. Sarah did not see the reason that she needed to talk to a shrink. She was perfectly healthy and not crazy. Sarah laid in her bed sucking on her pacifier and thought about talking to the shrink the next day. It seemed so unnecessary. She was fine. Sure, she liked wearing diapers and being treated like a baby, but that did not make her crazy, did it? It was then that a strange thought crossed her mind. What if she was crazy? After all, none of her classmates in school were like this. Maybe there was something wrong with enjoying being a baby. What was she doing that was all that normal anyway? Sarah tried to convince herself that she was normal and that this was just part of who she was. Still, the thoughts keep her thinking. Very soon her mother walked in to give her a nighttime bottle. Sarah took the bottle and began to suck the grape juice it contained. Even as she fell into a deep sleep, her mind wondered, "Am I normal?" Chapter 10. Sarah sat in her seat and looked outside the window. She watched the other cars go by and marveled at them. They all were so lucky. They were not on their way to therapy. They were all off to exciting places. Exciting places being anywhere else. Sarah crossed her arms and looked at her mother. She did not have to take her to see Violet. She just wanted to torture her. Sarah shifted in her seat. Sandy looked at her daughter in the rear-view mirror. "Now don't pout," she explained. "It won't be that bad." "Won't be that bad," Sarah thought. "It will be terrible." Soon, way too soon for Sarah's taste, they were pulling up in front of Violet's office. Sarah unbuckled her seatbelt and was about to open the door when her mother spoke up. "Babies do not unbuckle their seatbelts and open their own doors," she commented matter-of-factly. Sarah sat back down and crossed her arms again. Sandy got out of the car and went to the back of it. Sarah tried to see what her mother was doing but saw nothing till a moment later when Sandy came around the corner of the car pushing a stroller. Sarah could not believe what she saw. Her mother was gonna take her into Violet's office in a stroller, no less. Part of Sarah was overjoyed. After all, she loved being a baby and this just added to the pleasure that was this summer. Part of her was little scared as she might run into someone they know. Still, Sarah remembered what her mother said. You wanted to be a baby. And she did with all her heart. Sarah then jumped out of the car and into the stroller. It felt different than she thought it would and was surprised that it fit her. Sandy pushed her daughter into the waiting room of Violet's office. She then sat opposite of her daughter and looked her straight in the eye. I know you do not want to be here. But this is for your own good. Violet can help you sort through some of your feelings about things and can help you become the person you want to be. She told Sarah. But only if you are completely honest with her. Sarah continued to suck her pacifier and just nodded her head. Sandy reached into the stroller and gave her daughter a big hug. Truth be told, she was not sure how Violet was gonna help the situation. When they had talked a week ago, Violet seemed to think that she could help her daughter get over this ridiculous idea of being a baby. Sandy sure hoped so. Still, looking at her daughter made her wonder if Sarah would ever be out of diapers and a normal teen like everyone else in her class. The two of them looked around waiting for Violet to come out of her inner office. After a few minutes, Violet came out and greeted them. Soon Sarah was pushed into Violet's inner office and with an embarrassing kiss on the cheek left in the room alone with her. Violet looked at Sarah. She looked normal. In fact, she looked as normal as she always had over the past few years that Violet had known her family. Violet shook her head and sat down at her desk. "So, how are you doing?" she asked. "Okay, I guess," Sarah responded. "Just okay." "Yeah. So what's your week been like?" "What do you mean?" "Well, if I remember correctly, you have been a baby for the past week." "Correct?" "Yes." "So what's it been like?" It was then that Sarah understood the question. She started to talk about the events of the past week. She talked about how it felt to be back into diapers and to needing to be changed. She talked about eating baby food and sitting in a high chair. With each statement, Violet seemed to have more questions. Each question was easy to answer cause they were all about the past week. It was a simple session, truth be told. It was nearing the end of the hour when Violet dropped the big question. "Any idea on why you wanted to be a baby again?" she asked. "Not really. It's just something that I have wanted for the past year or two," Sarah answered honestly. She truthfully had no idea why the desire was there other than she really wanted to get what she was getting and was looking forward to the rest of summer. "Well, we are out of time for today," Violet informed her. "I'll see you again in a week, okay?" "I guess," Sarah told her. Violet then pushed the stroller out into the waiting room. Sandy stood up and taking the stroller from Violet began to leave the building. "See you next week," Violet stated as they walked out the door. Sandy was not so sure. Violet had good intentions, but it seemed a little silly to bring her daughter in to see her. Still, she thought it seemed silly to be putting diapers on her 13-year-old as well. They had just gotten Sarah sitting in the car and was putting the stroller away when a familiar voice rang out. "Sandy." Chapter 11. Mrs. Clattick was what you would call a busybody. She was always getting her nose into affairs that she had no business getting into. Sandy thought about her. There must be one in every neighborhood. Sandy turned and looked directly at Mrs. Clattick. "Well, hi there," she said when the nosy woman was within earshot. "I was just on my way into the store when I looked up and saw you." Mrs. Clattick responded. "We have not seen much of you since the summer started and I was wondering if everything was okay," she asked in her usual nosy fashion. "Everything is fine. We have just been busy." "You how it is?" Sandy said, trying to make pleasantries. Sarah meanwhile was worried. She had just gotten out of the stroller and into the car, it seemed, when she heard the voice of Mrs. Clattick. She hoped and prayed that whatever the crazy woman wanted would be over soon and they could leave. Sarah sat nervously sucking her pacifier and waiting for her mother to finish talking. "Well, I need to be going," Sandy said. "Of course," Mrs. Clattick responded and turned and walked away. Sandy looked as Mrs. Clattick wandered off and wondered. Has she seen anything? It would be so hard to explain why her daughter was in the stroller. Sandy got into the front seat and drove home. Sarah crawled into her playpen and lay down. It had been a long morning and she was tired. Truth be told, it had not been all that bad. Therapy had gone well. It was just the run-in with nosy Mrs. Clattick that made the day seem longer. After all, Sarah figured her mother could have embarrassed the heck out of her but chose not to. Sarah was not sure why her mother had shielded her, but was glad she had. Still, Sarah got to thinking. It had been a week since this wonderful thing had begun. She was in a constant state of bliss. After all, it had been her dream to be a baby again. Now she was one. Life could not get any better. Sarah yawned and fell asleep. Sandy looked at her daughter asleep in her playpen and worried. It had been a week already and Sarah seemed to be having a grand time of it. Sandy sat in her favorite chair and thought. She had managed to survive a week. But it had taken its toll on her. She had forgotten how hard taking care of a baby was. And to think there was 11 more weeks of this to go. Sandy began to wonder if it was worth it. She needed to make Sarah see that being a baby was not a good choice to make. But it seemed that Sarah was relishing every part of this little adventure. Still, it had some good moments. Sandy looked over at her sleeping daughter and could not help but smile. Sarah looked so peacefully and happy. It was hard to be mad at her. Making her happy was not a bad thing. Sandy sat up and shook her head. "What in the world are you thinking?" She said to no one in particular. Well, the time for self-examination was over. There was housework to do. Soon Sandy was busy with her normal cleaning routine. Sarah, on the other hand, was sleeping like a baby. Neither one fully aware of the changes that were taking place. Chapter 12. Sarah sat up in her playpen. It had been a couple of weeks since her mother had made the deal. The days were blending together. After all, each day was the same as the last. She was either in her playpen or in her high chair. She was even getting bored of being in diapers. Her day seemed to go from diaper change to diaper change. Still, Sarah was not ready to call it quits just yet. Sarah was very content. It was then that her mother dropped a bombshell. "I'm going out tonight," Sandy told her daughter. "Okay," Sarah replied. "So tonight you will have a sitter." This piece of news surprised Sarah. Why did she need a sitter? She was more than capable of taking care of herself. She was about to tell her mother so when Sandy spoke. "Normally, I would be okay with you by yourself. But you wanted to be treated like a baby and babies get sitters." Sarah just looked at her mother. "So who is gonna watch me then?" Sarah asked. "I got a hold of Kerry," her mother answered. Sarah looked at her mother. The only Kerry that Sarah knew of was her old babysitter from a decade ago. "Kerry?" Sarah inquired. "Your old babysitter," her mother responded. Sarah looked at her mother. She wanted to argue the point. That she didn't need babysitter. Still, it was hard to argue. She did need to be a baby. She was not sure as to why, only that she is filling a need in her life. Sarah looked at her mother and simply nodded in agreement. The rest of the day was pretty normal. Soon Sarah was waking up from her afternoon nap. As she stretched in her bed, she heard voices downstairs. Laughter could be heard as well. Sarah sat up in her bed. Were they laughing at her? Sarah started to cry. She was not some freak that deserved to be laughed at. Was she? Sarah just sat in her bed and sucked her pacifier as the tears fell down her face. She was just a normal kid who wanted something so bad that it hurt. Now she was getting that very thing, and it felt so good in so many ways. Yet part of Sarah was not sure. She debated going downstairs and telling them off when she heard voices coming closer to her. One thing was certain: her mother was not alone. Any minute now and she would be exposed to another person. Sarah took a deep breath. As she breathed out, her bladder emptied itself into her diapers. A second later and her mother opened her bedroom door. "I see we are up," Sandy said upon seeing her daughter. It was then that Sandy noticed the tears. "Have we been crying?" "Yes." "Why have you been crying, my dear?" Sarah looked at her mother. Behind her stood Kerry. Both of them looked concerned and Sarah felt a wave of emotions come over her. Soon she found herself crying so more as she explained the reason for the tears. How she had heard the laughter and thought it was about her and how it made her feel. Sandy smiled at Sarah and brushed her hair out of her eyes. Honey, do not be silly. We were not laughing at you. Sandy started to explain. We were just sharing parenting stories and having a ball. Parenting stories? Sarah asked and she dried her tears. Yes. Sandy said. Kerry here is a new mom and was sharing with me all the joys of having a newborn in the house. I was remembering when you were a newborn and sharing that with her. We did talk about your return to babyhood and Kerry is fine with it. That's true, Kerry finally spoke. I would never laugh at you, kid. This seemed to calm Sarah down a bit and she was able to stop crying. After a quiet moment or two. So now what? Sarah asked. I am thinking you could spend some time in your playpen till dinner. Okay. But first I think you need a diaper change. Sarah just nodded and laid down. This was another test. She was about to have her diaper changed in front of someone else. Sarah closed her eyes as her mother went to work on getting her into fresh pants. Now you may be wondering what was going on in the mind of Kerry. When Sandy had explained to her what was going on, she thought at first that Sandy must be joking. Still standing there watching a preteen get a diaper change was not a joke. Kerry was not sure she understood everything that Sandy had explained but figured that Sandy knew what she was doing. Anyway, soon Sarah was redressed and they were heading downstairs. Sarah walked holding her mother's hand until they got to the bottom of the steps. Then she crawled over to her playpen and crawled in. Sandy and Kerry returned to the kitchen. So do you think you can handle tonight? Sandy asked. I think so. Kerry answered, her voice shaking. It's really no different than taking care of my little one. She said, trying to reassure herself. Really, it's not that bad. Sandy said. I know it's a little unconventional. But according to Violet, this is the best way to handle things. I have done the research on the internet and I agree with her. Sarah thinks that being a baby is so wonderful. Like it's the best thing in the world, and I have to break her of that desire with a strong dose of reality. But what if after 3 months of being a baby, Sarah tells you she does not want it to end? Sandy stopped and looked at Kerry. Truth be told, the thought had never entered her mind. Sarah might enjoy this for the full 3 months and want more. That's a scary thought. Sandy stated. I know, but what then? Kerry re-asked. Truth be told, I never thought about it. I hope she does not come to that choice. Hopefully she will be so sick of being in diapers and eating baby food that she will run away from playing baby. I hope you're right. Now hadn't you better get going? Kerry responded, not sure herself. Sandy looked at her watch and simply grabbed her purse and smiled. I should be back by 10. No problem. Kerry said. Then with a wink and a smile, Sandy was out the door and on her way. Kerry sat at the kitchen table and wondered what to do. She was glad that Sandy was not sure of things. If it had been her, she would have gone crazy with the thought. Still, she was not going to have to worry about that. She was here to babysit and that was all she was going to think about. Looking at her watch told her all she needed to know. It was about 4:30. Kerry looked down at her own body. It was then she saw the spots. She was leaking. She had not remembered to pump and needed to as soon as possible. Kerry walked into the living room to get the pump that she had thou HT to bring with her. When she looked over at Sarah sitting in her playpen, sucking on a pacifier and looking ever so content. It was then that an idea hit her. Sarah, Kerry spoke to get the girl's attention. Sarah looked up at her. Come here. Kerry demanded in a somewhat sweet voice. Sarah simply followed the directions. Soon both of them were on the couch and it was then that Kerry dropped her idea on Sarah. I'm going to breastfeed you, okay? Sarah opened her mouth in shock. This was something that she never thought would happen. Why? she asked sheepishly. Because my breast hurt from all the milk in them right now. And you wanted to be a baby anyway, came the answer. Slowly Kerry undid her blouse and bra. She then coaxed Sarah's head and lips into proper position before telling Sarah to just suck away. Sarah started slowly licking her sitter's nipple. But once she tasted the sweet breast milk, she started to suck harder and harder. This was heaven. It was about halfway through the event that Sarah felt her bladder empty itself. She was truthfully acting like a baby and loving every minute of it. Chapter 13. Sandy drove in silence. She was deep in thought and it troubled her. It had been a tough couple of weeks and she was glad to get out of the house for a while, still some thought would not go away. Would her daughter really want to stay a baby forever? That certainly couldn't happen. Still the thought nipped at her mind like a dripping faucet that would not let go. She began to have images cross her mind of her daughter. She saw her daughter graduating high school and getting married still in diapers. The thought made her shudder. She needed to be sure that Sarah would give up this idea by the end of summer. Sandy parked the car at the front door to the restaurant and headed inside. Violet was already seated and motioned for Sandy to join her. Soon Sandy was sitting across from her old friend. Sandy sat in silence and looked at Violet. You're oddly quiet this evening, Violet commented. Lot on my mind, Sandy responded. Like what? Violet asked simply. Sandy took a deep breath and let loose. She told her friend about her conversation with Kerry and the concerns that Kerry had raised. She expressed her concerns that her daughter may never want to give this up and the fear that this brought her. She even talked about the image of her daughter walking down the aisle still in diapers. Violet listened to her friend and thought for a moment. After a few minutes she looked Sandy straight in the eye and simply said, So? What do you mean so? I mean the very thing you think I mean. If the summer ends and Sarah does not want to give this up, then so be it. It's not the end of the world. Are you kidding me? Not at all. Not the end of the world, it would be disastrous. Why? Well, Sandy stopped and tried to think of a reason. Truth be told, nothing was coming to her mind. Listen up, Sandy. You're my friend and I want what's best for you and for your daughter. Being an infantilist is not the end of the world. Sure, it's different, but it's not crazy or anything like that. The purpose of this summer is to help Sarah. Yes, Sandy interrupted. To help her get rid of this desire to be a baby and grow up. No, Violet said. The purpose was to get her to be okay with what she is and wants. You hope that this is to give them up for good. That's your feeling and it may in fact be hers. But she has to come to the decision all on her own. Otherwise it will do more harm than good in the long run. But I don't want my baby in diapers for the rest of her life. Your baby may in fact be in diapers for the rest of her life and that's okay. At the end of the summer she will just have to learn how to take care of herself and not have you to help her. Sandy sat in silence and thought through what Violet was saying. It made sense to her in some manner and she was begging to see the light of the conversation. As dinner was winding up, Sandy remembered something that Sarah and she did every year during 4th of July. An idea popped into her head. This would cure Sarah of her baby desire once and for all. Standing up, Sandy looked at her friend. I just cannot have that in my life. She will give it up if I have to force it out of her, she said with assurance and walked away. Violet grabbed the check and watched her friend leave. God help her, she thought as she reached into her purse to grab her credit card. A pacifier fell out onto the table. Violet quickly picked it up and went to pay the check. Chapter 14. Sandy walked around the house like a busy little bee. She had a lot to do if they were going to go. And she wanted to go. She wanted to go more than anything. What fueled this desire was something simple. She wanted her teenage daughter to be just that, a teenager. Not some diaper-wearing baby. Sarah sat in her playpen and watched her mom scurry around. Something is up, she told herself and began to wonder what. Sandy went about the day working on packing up to leave for the 4-day 4th of July weekend that was coming up. Soon she had everything in order. She just had one more thing to do. Calmly she sat in her favorite chair and looked at her daughter. Sarah just smiled. Sandy reached for the phone and called her mother. This was gonna be a tough one to explain and she needed to explain it. Grabbing the cordless phone she walked out of the room. She did not want her daughter hearing the conversation. Sarah sat in her playpen and wondered what was up. Her mother had not been that jumpy in a long time. She only gets jumpy like that when she has to deal with her mother. That was when Sarah started to put 2 and 2 together. For as long as she could remember, she and her mother had gone to visit her mother for 4th of July weekend. It was a big deal of the summer and Sarah looked forward to it. It was a time to see Grandma and her cousins and the rest of the family that lived close by. Sarah suddenly had a thought. Her mother was gonna go this year like always. She was gonna have to be a baby with all of her relatives nearby. This thought made her shudder and worry. She was okay with her baby self, but to expose it to others would be tough. She had only been able to show it to her mother because of what happened. She was not sure she could expose it to the whole family, as it were. Sarah was deep in this thought when her mother spoke to her. Sarah. Hearing her name made her jump. Sorry, did not mean to scare you. Are you ready to go? Her mother asked. Go where? Sarah tried to ask innocently. You know where, came the answer. So it was true, Sarah was gonna be a baby to her whole family. But Mom. Sarah started to say. Do not but Mom me. Sandy cut her off. You wanted to be a baby and I told you that was okay, but it had to be for the summer. You know we go to Grandma's house every year. Did you think I would cancel just cause you're in diapers? Well, yeah. Sarah said matter-of-factly. Well, you were wrong. Sandy continued. I am perfectly willing to take my baby daughter to visit her grandma and anyone else who happens to be there. You wanted to be a baby and so a baby you are. That means wherever we go. So suck it up. Now do you need to be changed? I don't think so, came the answer. Sandy just shook her head and walked over to her daughter to check for herself. Sarah, you're soaked. Let's get you changed and then we are out of here. The two of them made their way up to Sarah's room and soon a diaper was changed and they were both in the car heading the 6 hours to Grandma's house. Both of them completely unaware as to how the weekend would turn out. Both worried for their own reasons as to what the weekend meant. Chapter 15. The drive to Grandma's house was a long one. It takes 6 hours to get there and both of them sat in silence. Sandy had handed Sarah her pacifier as they pulled out of the driveway and Sarah sat sucking it, a little nervous. She was mostly worried about the other cars passing by. She was sure they could see her sitting there sucking on a pacifier. Sarah was deep in thoughts. She was not sure she wanted to go to Grandma's house. After all, for the past month she had been enjoying being a baby in private. Now she was gonna have to be one in a very public situation. She was going to be in diapers in front of her grandmother and all her cousins. This bothered her and she was not sure why. After all, she wanted to be a baby with all her heart. Something just did not seem right at the moment. Sandy was thinking about different things. Other than watching the road, she wondered if this trip was gonna be the relaxing vacation they were used to. Probably not, she reasoned as she pulled onto the highway. Sarah continued to suck on her pacifier. Sandy looked at her daughter and smiled. She looked good today, sitting in the passenger seat in a pink tank top and pair of jeans. Her diaper poking out of the top. Truth be told, she looked cute. Sandy wondered again about her daughter. Would she give it up at the end of summer or would she want to be in diapers for the rest of her life? Sandy had to admit she wasn't sure. So, Sandy spoke, breaking the silence. Has the summer been all you hoped it would be? What do you mean? Well, have you enjoyed being a baby again? Sarah looked at her mother. It's been okay, I guess. Just okay. Well, it's kinda boring. I see. Well, I can see that. After all, you are a teenager on some level. Still, this is what you wanted. I know, Mom. A silence fell over the car. Both of them thinking about the situation. Sarah started to think about being a baby full-time. True, she was enjoying everything, but it was no longer fun. It had become very mundane. It felt like the joy was gone. Sarah wondered how she would feel in a month. She wanted to go back to school. She liked school. Still, she liked being a baby as well. She wondered if she could somehow have both. Still, that was a month from now. Till then, she was a baby full-time. Sarah sighed as she felt her bladder give way. Wetting her diapers was getting easier. Possibly too easy, Sarah thought. She began to wonder if she was losing control. A thought that scared her. After all, she did not want diapers to be something other than a choice. Sandy listened to her heartbeat as she drove. The call to her mother about Sarah's choice was deep in her mind. She had tried to explain it, but somehow she got the feeling that her mother did not get it. Either way, they would find out at the end of the road trip. Sandy sat in the silence and wondered what her daughter was thinking. Was she worried about being a baby in front of everyone? It did not really matter, as Sandy was determined to keep her daughter as a baby till summer's end in hopes of breaking her of the idea for the rest of her life. She also thought about what Violet had said when they had dinner. Was it really about making Sarah okay with who she is? As this thought nagged at her, Sandy began to sense something she had not sensed in years. It had been a long time since Sandy had been able to sense when she needed to change Sarah. The sense had been coming back during the past month. Spotting a rest area, Sandy pulled the minivan over into a secluded spot. What's going on? Sarah asked as the car was parked. You need to be changed. Sandy responded. How did you know? A mother always knows when her baby needs to be changed. Soon Sarah was laying down in the middle seat of the minivan and her diaper was changed. As soon as she was back in her seat, Sandy looked at her with a straight face. Are you hungry? She asked her daughter. Not really. More thirsty, came the answer. Sandy reached into the diaper bag and pulled out an empty bottle and a can of formula. In a couple of seconds, Sandy handed her somewhat surprised daughter a bottle full of formula and simply said, "Drink up." With that, Sandy climbed into the front seat and pulled out of the rest area, and they were on their way again to Grandma's house. The rest of the trip went by uneventful. They did stop for lunch at a McDonald's and soon they arrived at Grandma's house. One thing bothered Sarah as they pulled up. She had to poop really badly. She hoped to hold it for as long as possible. Why, she was not sure. As they approached the door to the house, Sarah felt her bladder give way as she soaked her diaper. Grandma opened the door and with a big hug greeted each of them. As she hugged Sarah, the concentration Sarah had loosened and Sarah proceeded to poop into her diaper. Chapter 16. Sarah hugged her grandmother nervously. She was well aware of her present state. "Hello, Sarah, my how you have grown," Grandma said. It was at that moment that the smell hit everyone's nose. "Smells like I have to change someone." Sandy spoke up. "You mean she is actually in diapers?" Grandmother inquired. "Yes, Mother. I told you all about it on the phone. Sarah is a baby for the summer." "I thought you were kidding." "Well, I wasn't." Grandma stood and looked at her daughter and granddaughter for a moment. She had the feeling of someone trying to grasp a difficult concept and not getting it. "Well," she said after a moment, "the guest room is yours." "Thank you, Mom," Sandy responded as she whisked Sarah inside for a much-needed diaper change. Soon a diaper was changed and Sarah sat up on the bed. Sandy sat down on the bed and looked at her daughter. "I want you to stay here for a few minutes. Your grandmother and I need to talk in private." "Okay. Okay, Mom." With that, Sandy placed a pacifier in Sarah's lips and left. Sarah laid back down and began to think about what the weekend held. She was not sure about anything anymore. She had wanted to be in diapers and be a baby for so long, and now some of it was starting to rub her the wrong way. She saw the strange look in grandmother's eyes and knew that tomorrow she would see the same look in everyone's eyes. It began to make her feel very uncomfortable. Sarah started to cry a little at the thought of what was coming. Part of her tears were for sadness and surprising part of them were for joy. She wanted to be a baby and from the looks of it got exactly what she wanted. Sarah wondered what they were talking about in the other room. Sarah strained her ears to try and pick up the conversation. But all she could hear was mumbles. Their voices were not loud enough to pick up and distinct words. It was then she heard her mother plain as day scream. "I want my daughter to get over the idea of being a baby, and if this is the best way to do it, I will." Sarah was shocked. She thought her mother was doing this out of love. Instead, she was doing this out of something else altogether. Sarah lay back in the bed and cried herself to sleep. A while later, Sarah woke up and looked around her. Her mother was looking at her and smiling. "Are you okay, honey?" Sandy asked. Sarah wanted so badly to tell her mother off. After all, she had just learned that her mother was punishing her with baby treatment, not loving her with it. But looking into her mother's eyes at that moment, all she could think to say was, "I'm fine. Good, everyone is downstairs waiting for you." "Everyone?" Sarah said apprehensively. "Yes, everyone, now let's get you changed and downstairs." It was then that Sarah realized she was soaking wet. Soon she was in dry diapers and her mother was helping her to her feet. "Mom, yes dear, what about pants?" "Honey, it's too hot for pant, and besides babies often run around in just diapers and a t-shirt, and you are a baby for the summer." Sarah looked at her mother in shock. She actually was gonna let her wear just diapers. Sarah was not sure about this. She had hoped to hide her baby state a little bit. Now it was gonna be on display for everyone to see. Sarah slowly left the guest room and headed down the hall to the main living room. She could hear everyone talking as she approached the room and felt a quiet when she entered into the room. Everyone looked up and saw her enter the room. It seemed like forever with everyone staring at her. But in reality it was only a second. Soon a strong man stood up from his comfy chair and walked over to Sarah. He reached out and gave her a big bear hug. "I thought you were gonna sleep the whole weekend away, Sarah." "Not a chance, Uncle Jack," Sarah answered. That seemed to release the tension in the room. Soon everyone was hugging her and talking about stuff. The fact that she was standing there wearing nothing but a diaper and a t-shirt was not even brought up. Soon everyone settled back down in their chairs and Sarah looked around the room for a place to sit. "Over here," her mother called her. Sarah looked over and was surprised to see a playpen set up. Course, she thought as she walked over and climbed in. The conversations that were happening before Sarah walked into the room resumed and Sarah just sat in her playpen and listened. Sarah would learn later that Grandma, with her mother's help, had explained to everyone what was going on and that everyone had agreed to keep things as normal as possible. Otherwise Sarah and Sandy would have left and that would have been sad. Chapter 17. Sandy slowly pulled into the driveway. It had been a good weekend. Still, she was glad it was over. After turning off the car, Sandy looked over at her sleeping daughter. Sarah was sound asleep, sucking on her pacifier. Sandy had to admit she looked peaceful. Just like she did as a baby all those years ago. Sarah stirred in her seat. "We home?" she asked sleepily. "Yes. Let's get you upstairs to bed." Soon, Sarah was upstairs and sound asleep. Sandy was soon climbing into bed. Laying under the covers, she stared at the wall. Sandy had to wonder. It seemed like everything she tried to do to get her daughter to grow up had failed. Her family had been no hope at all. Sandy was beginning to think her daughter would never be a normal teenager. She even began to imagine her daughter in many stages still wearing diapers. Stages like going to school, learning to drive, going on dates, going to prom, all the while Sarah was well diapered. A few tears fell from her eyes. No. She thought. There had to be a way. She just could not let this happen. Sandy slowly brushed the tears from her eyes. Soon Sandy was falling asleep. The next morning Sarah woke up to a very wet diaper. Laying in bed, Sarah began to think. Okay, it was more like worry. She had been waking up wet the past month. She had also been wetting her diapers without trying. This worried Sarah. After all, even Sarah knew she could not stay in diapers after the summer ended. Sarah was even looking forward to school in the fall. She was looking forward to joining cheerleading team again. Something she could never do if she was still in diapers. Still, she loved being a baby. She loved the feeling of being in diapers and being taken care of. The conflict inside her made her cry. After all, part of her wanted to go out and spend the month hanging around with kids her own ago. Maybe hook up with a friend or two. But that would mean that she would have to give up wearing diapers and being a baby. Could she really do that? Finally, Sandy walked into the room. Sarah sat up and came to a decision. She was done with being a baby and wanted to go out and be a teenager for the last month of summer. She looked directly at her mother and told her so. No. What do you mean no? I told you when this first started that if you wanted to be a baby then it was for the whole summer. I meant it then and I mean it now. But Mom, Sarah exclaimed as her mother slid the diaper under her rear. No but, her mother proclaimed as she taped the diaper in place. You were the one who wanted to be a baby. Sarah just lay there. Her mother was right. She had been playing baby. Truth be told, Sarah did not know why she had been playing. It all seemed so stupid. Sarah was tired of being a baby. She was tired of wearing diapers and spending all day in that playpen. But the look her mother gave told her she would have no choice. Summer would not end for 4 more weeks. She was stuck in the life of a baby until the first day of school. Which Sarah felt in that moment could not come soon enough. Sandy had a different thought going through her mind. The thought was one simple word: finally. Chapter 18 Conclusion. It had been a long summer in some ways. Still, as Sarah lay in her bed waiting for her mother to come in and remove her wet diaper, Sarah hoped her mother would hurry as she did not want to be late on the first day of school. Sarah should not have worried. Sandy opened the door and looked into Sarah's room. Why aren't you in the shower yet? I was waiting for you. My days of diapering you are over. Get up. Sarah got out of bed and went to take a shower. The whole time she was washing, her mind was a mess. The summer was over and she was back being a normal teenager. This made her feel strange. Part of her was happy to be going to school. She had missed her friends over the summer and was looking forward to catching up. Not that she was going to tell them about her summer. The other thing she was feeling was a sadness. She had loved so much being in diapers and everything. Sure, it was hard the past month, but for the most part it had been fun. But that time was over and she had better get on with it. Sarah got out of the shower and wrapped a towel and went back to her room. Meanwhile, Sandy was doing some thinking of her own. The past month had indeed been a tough one for reasons that were beyond explaining. Sandy had talked to Violet about many things and had come to some startling realizations about what her daughter meant when she said she was a teen baby. Still, the time for her to be a baby was over. At least for now. School started today and Sandy was worried about other things. She was thinking about those other things when Sarah walked back into her room. Mom. Can I get a little privacy, please? In a minute. We need to talk. Sarah looked at her mother and simply sat down on the bed. So talk. Honey. I need you to understand that I love you. I know this last month was tough on you and I did it for a reason. You needed to see that you can not just be a baby anymore. I do, Mother. I am not done. You needed also to understand that you are a teenager and a baby at the same time. During this summer you got to explore what it means to be a baby and hopefully you know how much of a baby you want to be. I guess so. Good. Now however you need to be a teenager and go to school and get good grades and all the other stuff. This does not mean that you need to give up being a baby. While I was babying you this summer I was also reading a lot online. I learned a few things that I want to share with you later. When we have time. The most important is that when you want to be a baby I will support you. Thank you, Mom. There is one more thing. I want you to listen to what I have to say and do what I tell you. I think it would be wise if you wore this to school today. Sandy said as she handed her daughter a pull-up. But why? You have not gone potty for the past 3 months and this last month it seemed like you did not even know you were going. I do not want you to wet your pants at school. So this is the solution. Keep it dry all day and tomorrow you can wear regular panties. Okay. Sarah thought about what her mother had said. The sad thing is that it made perfect sense. She had been wondering about her level of control all morning and this seemed like a good solution. Okay. Listen, in case it does not stay dry all day come to the nurse's office and I will get you a new one. Okay, Mother, Sarah said. Now can I get dressed please? Of course. And with that said Sandy left the room. Sarah stood there for a moment. She then figured that it was better late than never and got dressed pull-up and all. Soon she was off to school and looking forward to the next chapter in her life. Epilogue. Violet closed her notes and began to think about the summer. She had done the right thing. Sandy seemed to understand the need and Sarah seemed to accept who she was. That first day of school was a tough one but Sarah did manage to keep her pull-up dry all day. That night she slept in regular panties and went to school the next day in them as well. The rest of Sarah's school life was like any normal teenager's. Sarah studied hard and got good grades. She dated casually and even went to her prom. As for her need to be a baby, Sarah would come home and on weekends spend one day in diapers. It seemed to be all that she needed. As for how I know all of this, well, that's another story that if I have time I will tell you. The end. Sissy and Sis. My family had gone out for the evening and I was sitting at home. Whilst at home I thought to myself, why is it that girls get all these beautiful clothes to wear and I have to wear these plain old dowdy clothes? With this thought in mind, I decided to go upstairs and try on some of my sister's clothing. I went up to her room and put a pair of her panties on then a skirt. This was all a very unusual feeling, having something on me that was tight and silky. I finished off by putting on one of my sister's satin blouses. I was relaxing in a trance-like mode, happy in my sister's attire. This was until I suddenly heard the garage opening and realized everyone was home. As quickly as possible I took everything off. However, I could not quite get the panties off and my clothes back on quickly enough. I decided it was best if I kept her panties on until I could take them off somewhere in private. The only problem with that was that I never got the chance and ended up having to wear them all day. That night I had forgotten I was wearing them. When I went to get ready for bed I saw them and freaked out as I realized it was too late to put them back. I knew I did not want to get caught with them, so I stuck them in a drawer under some of my boxes. I decided that the best course of action was to put them back after I washed them. Little did I know that my mom was doing all of our laundries that weekend. So when I went to wash them and they were gone and I got a little bit scared. However, my mom never said anything about it, so I didn't worry. Sometime later my sister started doing ballet and I was very jealous of her. I didn't want to say anything as I didn't want to be thought weird for wanting to do a girl's thing. So instead I went behind my family's back and would wear my sister's panties, leotard tights and tutu every possible opportunity. Then the inevitable happened and I got caught. My family was out and I was dressed in the tutu and all, and they were on their way home to get my sister's ballet things. When they got home and found all my sister's ballet clothing was missing and I was in my room in a tutu and tights, they were not pleased. I decided the best policy was to come clean and tell my mom that I wanted to dress as a girl and do ballet. Mommy told me that it wasn't too late to register for beginner ballet. With this, we grabbed my sister's spare clothing and left so that I could start the ballet lesson. I was registered for beginner's ballet, in the same class as my twin sister. It was pretty embarrassing being seen in front of all of these little girls in their tutus and such, with me walking in as Aboe in all pink. Unannounced to me, my parents decided to also let me dress as a girl as long as I wanted. As a matter of fact, I didn't really have a choice. My mom sent my dad home while I learned new stretches and such. He went home and removed all of my boy clothes and replaced them with one set of my sister's. When I got home, I went to change and realized none of my clothes were there anymore. I asked my mom and she told me that her and my father had decided to allow me to live my dreams and dress as a girl as long as I wanted to. They went on to tell me that they were going to take me shopping the next day. I had had a long day, so I just quietly went to bed. When I got up the next day, I showered and put on what they had put in my bedroom. My mom and sister did my makeup, but I was still very boyish looking. Luckily, my mom had an old wig that she put on me. I looked in the full-length mirror and to my amazement, I actually look like a girl. Later on that day, we went to the mall and just started buying a new set of clothing for me. We already knew my size because I was the same size as my sister. So my mom would just hold the clothes up to me to see if it would look good in them. We got me my own tights and leotard and tutu for ballet. We also went down to the school district and transferred my sister and me to a different school, where no one knew me, so I could go in my disguise as a girl without being disturbed. I was taught how to sit and act just like a girl and essentially became one. I hung out with all the girls, and when we started dating, I even dated boys. We would go to the mall and hang out, and my sister and I looked so much alike we told everyone we were identical twins and we both hung out with the same group. In high school, we joined the cheerleading team and my sister became captain. We both still do ballet and I would never even dream of going back to wearing boys' clothes. Mom's arm was latched so tight on mine as she marched me through the front door of Jefferson Middle School, I thought she was going to break it off. But Mom. Shut your mouth, Jamie. I hated when she called me that. You put that boy in the hospital. You broke his kneecap and his nose. I don't care what he did to you. We'll be lucky if his parents don't sue the hell out of us. I couldn't help but smile as I remembered him lying there, face covered in blood, writhing in pain. Oh, and you think it's funny now? You know what, that's fine. I'm done talking. Good, I thought. Of course, I wasn't thinking about how when Mom got silent, things tended to go very badly for me. She didn't speak again until we got into the front door. And she got all weird and crazy too. I started upstairs to my room, but she stopped me. I thought my little boy was mature enough for school, but clearly you're not. So you're gonna stay down here where Mommy can keep an eye on you. Her eyes were almost glazed over as she glared at me. What are you even talking about? I started to back away toward the stairs. I'm just going to my room, Mom. You're going to sit your ass on that couch until I tell you otherwise, little boy. I Saturday. But I wasn't done arguing. This is ridiculous, Mom. I'm not some little. Ow. She had me by the ear, and I had no choice but to follow her into the kitchen. She ripped my pants down, grabbed a wooden spoon, and went to work. Ow. 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 Mom. Please. I'm sorry. Ow. Ow. She kept wailing away, until my protests turned into begging and pleading, then into sobbing. When my knees finally buckled, she let my shoulder go and I dropped to the floor. Little boys don't use that kind of language, especially not toward their mommies, you hear me? Yes. Yes what? Yes I hear you. Mom. You will call me mommy, or we're gonna go another round. I'm sorry. Mommy. Much better. Now you drag your little butt back into that living room, sit on the floor, and be a good little boy, and maybe mommy will let you watch some TV for a while. Yes, mommy, I dragged myself to my feet, pulled up my pants, wincing as my underpants pressed against my red-hot bottom, and limped back into the living room, trying my best to stifle my sobbing and sniffling and hiccuping. What the hell just even happened? I started to gingerly sit on the couch when she screamed again. I said floor. You're not getting snot all over my upholstery. I was getting mad again, but after that experience, all I could do was swallow my rage and sit. It didn't take 5 seconds for that to become too painful, so I laid over onto my side, humiliated, angry, and miserable. Now, would my little guy like to watch some TV while we wait for Sissy to come home and babysit for mommy? The threat of that spoon kept my tongue in check, though I was starting to boil over again. Yes. Mommy, I said through gritted teeth. Babysit? Really? Maggie was only 4 years older than me. Mom grabbed the remote and turned the TV on, to PBS. Then, to my horror, she engaged the parent lock, disabling everything but TVY. Which basically meant that I was stuck watching Bob the Builder. Dear God, this was going to suck for 2 hours before Maggie got home. At least she wouldn't put up with watching this crap. Mom pulled out her phone as she went back to the kitchen and sat down, fingers flying around. Probably gossiping with her friends on Twitter or something. Every so often her eyes popped up at me, and the subtle grin never left her face. What, was she announcing to the whole world she just beat the hell out of her kid and was now being congratulated for it? My fists clenched as I stared at the TV, but the clunky stop frame and the stupid voices and all of it just grated my nerves. I started to sit up, but I was immediately reminded of why I chose to lay down in the first place, and I flopped out onto my stomach, my arms folded under my head to create the best pillow I could muster. Finally, after I'd heard enough of Elmo's shrill voice to make me sick to my stomach, the door in the foyer burst open. Hey Mom. Hey Whittle JJ. Maggie declared as she walked into the living room. Oh, wooks week someone's not a happy Whittle camper. Damn it. Mom filled her in. And obviously told her to lay it on thick. I'm not 2 years old, Maggie. Cut it out. AW, is your whittle bottom still sore from mean old mommy's spankin'? No. Maybe we just need a whittle nap, her grumpy dog. Mom laughed as she gathered up her purse and keys. It's a little late for a nap now. Would have been a good idea about an hour ago. I should have thought of that. Anyway, you have my permission to use the spoon on him if he gives you any trouble. She squatted in front of me, glaring down. But Whittle JJ's gonna be a good boy for Sissy, isn't he? Yes. Mommy. My sister burst into giggles as Mom stood up. Of course he will. Bye-bye, little guy. Mommy be right back. As soon as the front door closed, I glared at Maggie. JJ. What the fuck? Her face got dark. I'm pretty sure that's what got you your last spanking, little boy. Maybe you want another one. Oh, like you're really gonna. I swallowed the hard as I watched her reach for the spoon. Okay, sorry, I'll be good. I started backing up toward the chair on my still sore butt. You're damn right you'll be good. You're going to do exactly what I say for the next half an hour, unless you want Mom to find out about you being a bad little boy the second she left. No, please, don't tell Mom. I'll do whatever you want. My bladder cramped a bit at the panic. Much better. First of all, you don't move from that spot until I give you permission. I'm gonna do some homework for a while. That's what big boys and girls do when they come home from school. You don't have any homework because you're a little boy who doesn't go to school anymore. Whatever. I gotta go to the bathroom. Does Whittle JJ gotta go potty? She grinned broadly. No, James has to go to the bathroom. Oh, too bad. You can sit there, then. AW, come on. She ignored me. Screw it. I could hold it until Mom got back. I wasn't debasing myself any further than I already had. 20 minutes later, I started to realize I was wrong. Maggie. She ignored me again. Maggie. You call me Sissy, like Mom told you. I fell silent again, trying to reposition myself so I could hold it better. I was cramping up pretty good, but Mom would be home soon. It'd be worth it not to give in to my bitch sister. 5 minutes later, and I was hurting, bad. Come on, Maggie. Enough is enough. No answer. Fine. Fuck this. I got up and started toward the powder room down the hallway. Before I reached the door, Maggie had me by my shirt collar. I told you about cursing at me. Now you're gonna get it. Not again. She dragged me back into the living room and bent me over the arm of the chair, holding me with one hand and pulling my pants down just enough to reveal my ass with the other. Maggie. I mean Sissy. Please. I'm sorry. I'm thwack, thwack, thwack. The spoon started raining fire back down on my bottom, and her hand in the small of my back pinned me down in spite of my squirming. Worse, I started peeing uncontrollably. In no time, I was crying like a little girl as pee soaked through my underwear and started running down my legs, saturating my socks as she hammered away at my backside. Just when I thought she'd never stop, the door opened again. Hey Sissy, hey JJ. Mommy's home. Maggie straightened up and pulled me to a stand next to her, jerking my pants up in the back, facing me toward the foyer. Sounds like someone was a bad little boy while Mommy was. Mom walked in and stopped cold, dropping her shopping bags at her feet. What in the world? Mom stood there, mouth wide open. My face flushed beet red, a whimpering mess after having another fire lit on my backside, but now completely humiliated as I stood there in soaking wet pants. She wouldn't, I started through my blubbering. Shut up, Jamie. I went back to sobbing. Mom looked at Maggie. What happened, Sissy? Well, someone was being a little grouch. As soon as you left he told me to F off. Later on he started squirming around, and I asked him if he had to go potty, but he just sat there and sulked, so I left him to sit. Then he cursed at me again, so I gave him a spanking, and he peed his pants, which is when you walked in. Mom, she's lying. She wouldn't let me. Open your mouth again, little boy, and you'll be right back over my knee. Mom turned back to Maggie. Sissy, please go get me a couple towels so I can get little JJ cleaned up. Maggie darted off down the hall, sniggering as she went. Bitch. Well, little boy, not only did you prove you weren't ready for school, it looks like you proved that you weren't ready for potty training either. Mom reached into one of the grocery sacks and pulled out a bag of bedwetting pants for boys. I was going to let you wear these during the day, but clearly you just don't want to be a big boy at all, do you? It wasn't my fault, Mom, me. Of course it wasn't your fault. Maggie returned with 2 bath towels and an evil grin on her face. Mom spread one of the towels out on the floor. You're just a little baby who can't help himself, aren't you? She grabbed my arm and jerked me down onto the towel. Maggie, take the other towel and clean up his puddle over there, and bring me the other bag please. It's okay baby, Mommy's gonna get you all fixed up. I struggled, squirming and sobbing, but Mom's powerful hand on my middle held me fast. Maggie snatched the second bag and dragged it over, then started wiping the floor with the second towel. Please. Mommy. I don't wanna. I know, you don't wanna be a big boy, we're gonna fix that for you in just a minute. Sissy, go ahead and get those containers open for me. I can't do much with one hand here. Out they came, first the baby powder, then the wipes, then a bag with Molicare Super across the front. Size XS, it read. Meanwhile, Mom had my soggy pants and underpants stripped off, and she was pulling off my socks one by one. I fought against Mom's grip when I saw that bag. She gave me a hard swat on my thigh. You will lie still, little boy, or I swear I will make you regret it. I was already in hysterics from Maggie's vicious spanking, so all there was left to do was lay there and blubber even louder as Maggie pulled a huge pale purple diaper out of the bag. I was pretty sure this was nothing like the diapers Mom used to buy for me when I actually was a baby. It was all plastic, and it made a spectacular rustling noise as Sissy scrunched it in her hands, examining it with glee. Oh, and it was way, way bigger than any diaper I'd ever seen. What a pretty colored diaper for my little baby brother, she sneered as Mom wiped me down with several cold wet wipes and covered my whole crotch with powder. I scrunched my eyes shut and covered them with my arms. I couldn't stand to watch anymore. Yes, yes, baby, Mommy's gonna get you all fixed up, no need to cry anymore. Sissy, put your hand right where mine is so I can get his diaper on for him. And watch carefully, cause you'll probably need to do this quite a few times over the next couple of weeks. A couple of weeks. I didn't think I could bawl any louder, but somehow I did while Mom picked my legs up and slid the diaper under me, taping it up on both sides and giving it a pat in the front. It was a sick sound, hollow and plastic. Of course Sissy will help change Whittle JJ's diapers. Maggie always loved it when I was in trouble, but she was enjoying this on a level that was downright terrifying, and if I weren't already sitting on hot coals from the beatings I'd taken already that day, completely humiliated and degraded by pissing myself and being diapered like an infant by my mother, I'd probably be scared of how bad it was going to get when Mom wasn't around. So I lay there and sobbed instead, which Mom seemed content to let me do until I calmed down. She even told Maggie to go put the supplies in the hall closet, which at least got her off my back for a little bit. Now, Mom said as she pulled me back up to a sit. Mommy was going to let you wear pull-ups during the day from now until school lets out, and wearing diapers to bed, just like you did when you were 3 and being stubborn about training. Of course, after earning yourself 2 spankings and making puddles on Mommy's hardwood floor in one afternoon, I think we're going to have to earn our pull-ups too by showing Mommy and Sissy both that we can behave like a big boy. Right now, since you're all safe from making any more puddles, you can climb your little baby butt onto the couch and sit quietly until the pizza man gets here. Do you think you can do that? I was a slobbering mess by this point, but I managed to whimper, "Yes, Mommy," which earned me another very audible giggle from Maggie. "Make her stop, Mommy," I yelled in a moment of ingenuity. They wanted to treat me like a toddler, then damn it, I was going to at least try and leverage the role a little bit. "Sissy, don't be mean to your baby brother. Say you're sorry." Maggie got right up in my face and said, I'm so wee little baby JJ. You're just such a cute little baby, I couldn't help it." Then she planted a slobbery wet kiss on my forehead. "Here, Sissy, help you up on the couch, okay?" Without warning, she grabbed me under the armpits and heaved me up, swatting my backside with another huge, hollow thump. "What a big baby you are. Baby so big." She pinched my cheek and walked away, laughing out loud now. I stared at Mom, pouting. "What?" She said she was sorry. Mom grinned as she stood up. "So much for leverage. Now you be a good baby, nice and quiet for Mommy, okay? Mommy doesn't want to have to give you any more spankings tonight. Your poor little bottom has probably had enough, huh?" "Yes, Mommy. Good boy." After supper, Mommy make sure and get Daddy on the phone to say night-night before you go beddy-bye. Won't that be nice? My eyes bulged. I could tell Dad. He'd make them stop. He wouldn't let them keep this up, would he? Yes, Mommy, I said with a great deal more vigor. I knew that would cheer my grumpy baby up. Be good boy now and watch TV. Mommy has to go talk with Sissy for a minute. Go ahead and talk with her, you hateful bitch. Dad will fix this. Dad's almost 7 feet tall. Maybe he'll spank you and Sissy and put you in diapers for being so mean to me. The thought was delightful, but it led to a much less happy thought. Why did my damn sister have to take after Dad's side of the family while I took after Grandpa? Sis. Maggie was a few inches taller than Mom, nearly 6 feet already at age 16. My granddad was a shrimp at 5'2". And here I was, 4'4", sitting on the couch and in a big, thick, purple diaper. It wasn't even a cool purple like Caius the Shadow Monarch, it was a girly purple, like that faggy My Little Pony star song. The doorbell rang and interrupted my brooding. Go get the pizza, JJ, it's already paid for. Mom called from down the hall. I was incredulous. I don't have any pants on, Mom, me. I wasn't moving from that spot if I could help it. The two women appeared in the kitchen. Oh, for heaven's sake. Maggie, go get the door before the pizza man leaves. I'll set the table. Maggie brushed past, stopping to pat me on the head, and I scowled at her. I heard the door open, and she said, "Hi, come on in, right through here." My face went beet red. She led him right past me, chattering away. Don't mind my little brother, he's pouting because he got in trouble today. The pizza man, well, teenager, caught a look at me and stifled a laugh. Oh my God, like, how old is he? 12, Maggie said. In middle school and still peeing his pants, can you believe it? Her cheerful tone grated me, but I bit my lip and just glared. Oh stop, Maggie. Hey, thanks for bringing it in for us. Just set it on the counter there. Here's a little extra tip for you. Mom tucked him a few bills after he set the 2 pizzas down. Thanks, Hey, be safe out there. Pizza man came brushing by me, Maggie at his side. I will. He looked at me again. Nice underwear, dude. That'll get you all the girls at school for sure. They both laughed as she walked him back to the foyer and out the door, while I just boiled. Are you gonna come eat, JJ, or sit there and pout? Mom called from the kitchen. I got up silently, well, other than my underwear rustling, and started toward the breakfast bar, but before I reached my chair, I was lifted up from behind under my arms and deposited in it unceremoniously. Up you go, baby, said Maggie. Cut it out, Maggie. Spanking or not, I was about to lose it on her stupid ass again. Stop it, JJ, your sissy was just being helpful. Now say thank you. My mouth dropped, and I gritted my teeth. I glared at Maggie. Thank you, Ma, sissy. For what? Mom's hands were on her hips. Thank you for helping me up. Sissy. You're welcome, whittle buddy. Maggie pinched my cheek again as she sat down next to me. I looked at our place settings. Mom somehow managed to dig up one of Maggie's old lidded cups with the crazy straw in it. It was the same faggy purple as this stupid diaper Mom put on me, and had My Little Ponies all over it. At least it still had Coke in it, or at least that's what it looked like. Mom piled slices onto each of our plates and passed them back to us. She got thin crust again. I hated thin crust. I like the deep dish pizza, but the two of them were just all about those pieces of tasteless cardboard with sauce and cheese on them. And it was chicken and artichokes and mushrooms. Gross. Mom even ruined the food tonight. Mom and Maggie started eating immediately, while I took a drink from the stupid faggy pony cup and stared at my plate. What's wrong, JJ? Mom asked. Oh, never mind, how silly of me. She pulled my plate away, reaching into the silverware drawer. She pulled out a knife and fork and began cutting up my pizza into little squares. Maggie nearly choked on her mouthful as she started laughing. Mom slid the plate back over to me. There you go, sweetie. Can you eat your own pizza like a big boy now, or do you need Maggie to help? That got me moving. I grabbed a square and shoved it into my mouth as Maggie leered at me. It tasted disgusting. I had to stifle a gag, and now I had sauce and grease all over my fingers. I managed to choke it down and chased it with a sip of soda. Stupid cup or not, it was still Coke. I repeated the process a few more times, but I ran out of soda long before I ran out of pizza. I couldn't gag my way through all the little pieces I still had on my plate without something, so I swallowed my pride. Mommy, may I have more Coke please? Well, look at that. He can be a polite little boy when he wants to. Of course, JJ. Mom seemed genuinely pleased with my behavior for once. For once in my whole damn life. The most humiliating, miserable moment in my life, and now she's finally happy. Go figure. I gnawed on a piece of dry crust while I watched her refill my cup and screw the lid back on. Thank you, Mommy. What choice did I have? I could either pretend to be nice while I waited for Dad to get me out of this mess, or they'd just keep torturing me. I went back to work slowly on the horrible pizza, my hands steadily becoming a mess. I thoughtlessly wiped them on my shirt, and Mom gasped as she popped up out of her seat. Oh, for heaven's sake. I cringed as she slipped past Maggie and grabbed the hem of my t-shirt. I guess we needed help after all, didn't we? She forced it up over my head, then used it to wipe off my hands. Mommy, I know, little boys are just such messy eaters when left to themselves, aren't they? She pushed my chair closer to Maggie's and moved my plate and cup out my reach, handing my sister a fork. Help him finish up his supper for me, would you? Of course, Mom. Maggie grinned. I raged. I wouldn't have made a mess if you hadn't cut it into little pieces like that. I yelled, tears filling my eyes again. Oh, is that why you wiped it all over your shirt instead of asking for a napkin like a big boy? Mom's counter was bulletproof. Not that it mattered. Sitting here, naked but for a diaper, crying like a little girl, nothing I said would sound like anything but a tantrum. Now eat your supper like a good boy. Any more fussing and you're going straight to bed when you're done, you hear me? Yes, Mommy. Maggie grinned broadly as she took the last bite of her own pizza. She speared a square with the fork and brought it toward my face. Here comes the airplane, she giggled. I opened my mouth, but she still managed to smear my cheek with it before putting it in. I needed a drink, but Maggie wasn't about to give me a chance. The second I swallowed, she had another piece waiting. May I, MMPH? Now I had sauce on both cheeks, I could feel it. I tried to ask for a drink after that piece, but Maggie wasn't having it. Over and over again she poked the little squares at me, and I choked them down, the nasty, briny artichokes and the slimy mushrooms and that disgusting, mushy chicken, all of those horrible flavors accumulating in my mouth. She finally shoved the last one in there. What a good boy, she declared. Look, Mommy, JJ ate it all up. Now he can have his whittle drinky poo. She slid the cup over in front of me, and I grabbed it and drank greedily. To hell with her teasing, I needed to get that awful taste out of my mouth as quickly as I could. Why, yes he did, but did he get as much in his mouth as he got on his face? Mom grabbed a rag, wet it in the sink, and walked around the island as I slurped the last of the Coke. As soon as I pulled the straw away, I got a face full of hot, damp cloth, with enough force to push me up against the back of the chair, my head tilting back. Sit still, baby, Mommy needs to get you cleaned up. When she finished, I held the cup up. More Coke please, Mommy. I was getting tired of the politeness, but it seemed the only way to get anywhere with these two maniacs. Of course, sweetie. Maggie, go ahead and clear the table for me. She filled my cup back up again as Maggie stood and gathered up the dishes. Here you go, JJ. You can go sit on the floor and watch TV now if you want. She handed me the cup and I wasted no time bailing off that chair before Maggie had a chance to snatch me up again. As I waddled over toward the couch, Mom called out, "What do we say, JJ?" "Thank you, Mommy." Yep, definitely sick of this already. Not as sick of the crinkling between my legs, though, especially since that was all the clothing I had on now. I sat down on the couch, greedily slurping up the cool, sweet soda. I said floor, JJ. No drinks on Mommy's couch, you know better. Ah. I slumped down in front of the couch with a crinkle. The TV was still locked on PBS, but at least all the stupid baby shows were over now. It was some science show talking about planets or something, and I tried to follow along while I sipped on my drink. A few minutes later, Mom walked by. "Mommy's going to take herself a shower and relax now. Do you think you can be a good boy for Sissy for a little while? You had a tough time being good last time she was in charge." "I'll be good, Mommy." I was getting exasperated, and I just wanted to be left alone for a while. Well, last time he wasn't wearing his pretty new diapers. I bet he's much happier now, all dry and comfy and pretty. Maggie offered. "I hope so. Mommy's had enough trouble out of you for one day. I'm sure he'll be just a perfect little angel, won't you, baby?" I just glared at her. Mom laughed as she walked up the stairs. I locked my eyes back on the TV and resumed sipping my Coke. How could this possibly get any worse? The soda ran out, and I put the cup down next to me. Surprisingly, Maggie came right over and picked it up. "Want some more soda pop, JJ?" That was weird. "Yes please, S." Sissy. I hated that word. I hated saying it, unless I was calling some punk at school that before I took his knees out. Still, I was kinda getting into this TV show, which made it easier to forget how utterly stupid I looked, so I wasn't in the mood for another fight with her, especially since I clearly had no chance of winning as long as Mom was acting all weird. So if she wanted to serve me up Coke all night while I sat and watched TV, and all I had to do was say please and thank you Sissy, then so be it. Halfway through cup number 4, though, it seemed cup number 1 decided it wanted back out. "Mommy, I have to go to the bathroom." No answer from Mom. She must be still in the shower. Maggie was just sitting there, her elbow on the counter, grinning at me. I didn't like that look at all. "Sissy, I have to go to the bathroom." "You're silly. Big boys go to the bathroom. Little boys go potty." I frowned. "Sissy, may I please go potty?" "Well, sure. What are you waiting for? Can you take this diaper off for me so I can go potty?" She laughed. "What do you think that diaper's for, baby?" I was furious. No frickin' way. I took off running up the stairs, expecting Maggie to try and snatch me up again. She didn't move. "Mom, tell Maggie to let me go to the bathroom," I yelled at the top of my lungs. Mom stepped out of her bedroom in her bathrobe, her hair wrapped up in a towel, and stared at me as I reached the landing. "If I were going to let you use the potty like a big boy, don't you think I would have given you a pull-up to wear?" I was coming apart now, tears of frustration forming in my eyes. "Please, Mommy, don't make me pee my pants." "I didn't make you pee your pants the first time, little boy." But the cold reality set in. She wasn't budging on this. "How long do I have to wear these things?" "That depends on how well you behave yourself this weekend. Show me you're ready to be a big boy and I'll let you have pull-ups to wear during the daytime on Monday." How am I supposed to do that? I was blubbering again, my words all mushing together. Well, you were doing pretty well at the dinner table, being all nice and polite, but you're throwing one hell of a tantrum right now, so I don't know. The idea of spending the whole weekend pissing and shitting in diapers was bad enough, but the idea that I had to just sit there and take every little bit of abuse the two of them were dishing out made it all seem hopeless. I collapsed against the railing, sliding down to the floor with my knees up and my head in my arms sobbing. I think we're just worn out from the tough day we had today. Mom hoisted me up and wrapped one hand around my thighs and the other my back, carrying me awkwardly into my bedroom. Let's get the baby's jammies on and have a little quiet time before bed-bye. She plunked herself down on my bed and held me tight against her, my head across her shoulder, rocking back and forth. But Mommy, it's 6:30. Well, you're just gonna have to settle your little self down if you want to stay up and wait for Daddy to call at 8. Can you do that? What choice did I have? If I didn't get to talk to Dad, I had no chance of getting out of this. Come on, Jamie, get it together. Whether Mom and Maggie were treating me like a baby or not, sitting here on her lap blubbering was just proving the point. Yes, Mommy. I willed myself to calm down, at least to sniffling and hiccups. That's better. Let's get our jammies on now, and then we can go back down and watch TV some more, okay? Please, can I just bring my PSP down with me, Mommy? Yes, you can bring your PSP, as long as you behave yourself. Mommy, why are you making me use the diapers? My bladder reminded me of an inevitability I wasn't ready to face. It was starting to hurt, and I figured I'd take one last shot at being spared this indignity. Because that's what diapers are for, and you earned them with all your tantrums today. Understand? Yes, Mommy. Don't worry, sweetie, Mommy won't make you sit in a yucky wet diaper. Did you already go pee? No, Mommy. Well, don't try to hold it, you'll just hurt yourself for nothing. Or maybe Dad will tell you to call this whole thing off. That'd be worth holding it. I sat there limply and let her pull my old UGIO pajama top over my head. Caius. Purple. So it actually matched the diaper. And short, so it showed it off too, barely covering the waistband. Okay, get your PSP, sweetie. She nudged me off her lap. No bottoms. I pouted. You've worn a shirt and boxers around the house when it was this hot outside. I don't see any difference. Well, I fucking do. No, I wasn't going to let myself get worked up again. I swallowed the indignity and grabbed my game and a couple of cartridges off my dresser. Good boy. Goon downstairs, Mommy will be down as soon as she gets her jammies on, okay? Yes, Mommy. Do your jammies include a diaper too? They should, you hateful bitch. I trudged downstairs, rustling the whole way, while Mom went back to her bedroom and closed the door. Maggie was waiting for me, sitting right where she was, in the same exact position as when I ran up the stairs. Look at cute little JJ in his purple PJs. Did we go pee-pee already? No. I had my game, I could block her out. I flopped onto the couch and started up Tag Force 5, ignoring the cramping in my bladder. Maybe some more Coke would help. JJ wants some more soda pop, she offered. No thank you, Sissy. I had to keep my cool. Suit yourself. I could feel her staring at me. Like she was just waiting for it. What the hell was the fascination? It's not like she hadn't already seen me piss myself that day. Barely a few minutes had gone by, and I couldn't even concentrate on my game for the cramps. I gritted my teeth. Maggie was still staring. I closed my eyes and tried to let loose, but I couldn't. It was locked up down there. I huffed in frustration, trying to push. Nothing happened. Maybe Maggie was right, a drink might help. I looked up at the smug bitch, and steeled myself. Sissy, can I have some Coke please? No more caffeine tonight. He can have water or milk, Maggie. Mom appeared at the railing and made her way down the stairs. You've got a little more than an hour before bed, we don't need you all hopped up to where you can't get to sleep. But Mom, me. 8 o'clock on a Friday. You're lucky it isn't earlier than that with how you've behaved today. But. Any more buts and you can go to bed now. Yes, Mommy. I hadn't been in bed earlier than 10 o'clock since I was in 3, SUP, road, SUP, grade, certainly not on a weekend. If I'm good tomorrow, do I get to stay up later? We'll see. We already know what happens if you're not good tomorrow, don't we? Yes, Mommy. Maggie interrupted the revelry with the lidded cup. Here you go, buddy. Some nice cold water for you. I stood up and took it, before Mom had a chance to bitch about the furniture. Thank you. Sissy. This was so depressing. I started pulling on the straw. Every time I swallowed, my bladder cramped back at me angrily. Just let go. I kept forcing it down, wincing, just praying for relief. Just as I slurped the last of it, the dam broke open. I was too busy being relieved to care about how humiliating the act was. This was quite literally the most amazing piss I'd ever taken in my life. All those cramps loosening up felt so good, and the flood just coming and coming, with no let-up. I could feel the diaper getting heavy, sagging between my legs, but it didn't stop. Maggie was grinning ear to ear as she stared, while Mom looked worried for some reason. Then I realized why. A trickle down my leg. Then another, on the other side. I tried to clench, tried to stop peeing, but I couldn't. Jesus Christ. Get the towel and the changing supplies, Maggie, quick. Aren't you done yet, Jamie? I shook my head, blushing, trying not to cry again as the feeling of shame overwhelmed the relief. By the time Maggie got there, I was done, but there was a small puddle between my feet, and little rivulets of pee still running down my legs. I was biting my lip as hard as I could as Mom fussed over me, desperately trying to hold back the tears as the lump swelled back up in my throat. Jesus, Maggie, we're gonna have to call around tomorrow and see if there's anything better than this available. That worthless bastard at the drugstore said these were the best kid-sized diapers they had. She pulled me down onto the towel and tore the tapes loose. I covered my face and lay there, limp as a ragdoll while the whole ordeal from earlier played itself out again, my legs being wiped up and down, my sister snickering. The powder, another diaper, the tape cinching up. Much tighter this time, I could tell. Except it wasn't over. It felt like Mom was dragging her finger across the diaper between my legs, quick little slashes. What the hell was she doing? Suddenly my butt was up in the air again, and I realized she was taping another diaper on. Mom, what are you doing? Sorry, baby, but until Mommy finds some better diapers, we can't be having you making puddles all over the place like that. But, I was incredulous. Why not just call the whole stupid thing off and let me go to the bathroom like a normal fucking 12-year-old? Instead, here I was with my legs spread so far apart I wondered if I could walk at all. Maggie fled down the hall, but I could hear her laughing from here. Mom sat me up, and I just looked at her, dumbfounded, my legs split in a wide-open V. And now even she was stifling a laugh. It's okay, JJ. It's just for a little while. Mommy get you some better diapers tomorrow, and Sissy will help find them, right Sissy? What? I mean. Okay, Mom. What do you need me to do? Get on the computer and check around to some of the local medical places, see what they offer, and figure out which ones are the most absorbent. I don't care what they cost, just find the best ones out there. Okay, sure, Mom. She disappeared up the steps, while Mom stood up. Climb up on the couch for me, JJ, and play your little game for a while, okay? Mommy's got a mess to clean up here, and your father will be calling pretty soon. I looked between my legs, then back at her. She'll make me go to bed now if I cry. Don't fucking cry. Don't do it. My lip trembled, but I swallowed hard and struggled to my feet. So much plastic, pushing my thighs apart. I stepped off the towel, wobbling a bit, and plunked myself back on the couch. I still couldn't close my legs. I couldn't even forget this damn thing was on me, no matter how much I wanted to. And I began to brood. Why was this happening to me? I mean, come on, I wasn't the first kid to ever get into a fight at school. And it wasn't even my damn fault. I clung to the phone call that was coming. Dad would call, and I'd explain it all to him, and he'd tell Mom to take these stupid diapers off me and let me go back to being a normal 12-year-old boy. I looked at the clock on the wall, 20 minutes. I could fight it until then. I could just shut up and play my game and ignore the giant plastic pillow that was lifting my butt off the couch and splaying my legs out like I was in a yoga class. I could do that. I could pretend I wasn't aware that I was wearing a great big girly baby diaper that just happened to match what used to be my favorite pajama top, the one I'd never, ever wear again after this. That I looked like a big sissy baby in this huge puffy purple thing. Nope, I could keep that thought right away. Okay, so maybe I couldn't, but I wasn't going to cry about it. I was done crying tonight. Crying was for sissy babies that wore big puffy purple diapers instead of pants or shorts. And peed in them so much that they had to wear 2 at a time so they wouldn't leak. Just, like, me. It's all right, baby. Mom sat down on the couch and put her arm around me. No need to cry. Mommy said she'd fix it, didn't she? I didn't say anything, just sat there and whimpered, staring at my game. Come on, sweetie, let's get you tucked into bed. You said 8 o'clock. I was practically squeaking. Which made it all worse. Now I sounded like a big sissy girly baby too. In a big puffy purple diaper. 2 of them, actually. I said your dad would call at 8 o'clock, and considering the shape you're in right now, it's going to take me that long to get you settled down enough to talk to him. She took the PSP out of my hands, and I didn't even try to stop her. She pulled me up, back onto my wobbly legs, and started to lead me by the hand toward the stairs. I staggered, the waddle throwing my balance off. She kept going. I fell to my knees. I can't walk in this stupid thing. Oh good God, Sissy better find those new diapers for you quick. I don't know how many times I can carry you up and down the stairs, baby. Come on, up we come. She scooped me back up into that awkward cradle position and trudged up the stairs. You were much littler the last time I had to do this, JJ. We reached the top of the stairs just in time for Maggie to surface from her room. She grinned broadly, and I hid my face in Mom's shirt. Or, hey, you got a minute, Mom? Let me get him to bed and let him talk to his dad for a few minutes, then we'll talk. Okay, just knock then. Night-night, whittle buddy. I whimpered back at her. Enough, Maggie. I'm trying to settle him down. Hopefully tomorrow will be better, huh JJ? Mom pulled the blankets back, laid me gently into the bed, pulled the sheet over me, and tucked it in, something she hadn't done since I was like 5. Then she did something else she hadn't done since then. She grabbed a tissue from my dresser and stuck it up against my nose. Blow, sweetie. Really, Mom? I sniffled, reaching for the paper. She swatted my hand away. Blow. I blew. She got up and threw it in the trash can on the other side of the room. See, now what were you going to do with it if you did it yourself? Hide it under your sheet. Before I could answer, Mom's phone rang. Finally, this had to be Dad. She fished it out of the pocket of her nightgown and slid it open. Hey honey, how are you? Oh, yeah, it's been a long day here too. Yeah, he's right here, he's been waiting all night to talk to you. Sure, I'll put him on. She handed me the phone. Dad. I need to. You be quiet and listen to me, little man. I gasped a little. That was not the response I expected. Your mom already told me everything. And you deserve every bit of what you got today and more, you hear me? Yes, Dad, how could I have been so stupid? Of course she got to him first. My life was now officially over. The hell's wrong with you, disrespecting your mother and your sister like that? I'm sorry, Dad. Mom was standing over me now, arms folded, nodding. Now you listen here, boy. Whatever your mom and Maggie tell you to do, you'd better damn well toe the line, because when we get together at the new beach house, I'm gonna bring hell down on you if I find out you've been fighting them this whole time. Are we clear? Yes, Dad. Now I hate being gone like this all the time, and I know you hate it too, but you've got to start acting like a grown-ass young man. You're too old for all this foolishness. You wouldn't be doing it if I was there, would you? No. Then don't do it when I'm gone. I miss you a whole lot, Jamie, and I want to be happy to see you next month, not having to come down on you all hard like this. I love you, son. I love you too, Dad. Now give me back to your mom. Bye, Dad. I was crestfallen when I handed her back the phone. Not only did Dad not get me out of this, he made me feel like I deserved it. And that was worse than anything that had happened today. I rolled over and faced the wall as Mom stepped out of the bedroom, closing the door and flipping the light off behind her as she chatted with him. In the darkness, I strained to hear the conversation, but I couldn't. She didn't sound mad, maybe she was just talking, instead of talking about me. The bulk splitting my legs apart was getting really uncomfortable as I lay on my side, so I flopped back over onto my back. I heard Mom knock on Maggie's door, and the two of them started talking as well, but it was just voices, nothing distinct. I'm sure whatever Maggie had found would suck, but it couldn't possibly suck as bad as the big puffy balloon I was wearing right now. I don't know why my eyes started getting heavy, but as much as I tried to fight it, tried to hear what they were saying, tried to get some inkling of the plans for the next day, it all faded off into the darkness, and I fell into a fitful sleep. My eyes flew open with the sunlight through the window. What an awful dream that was. I started to sit up, and then I heard the crinkle. It wasn't a dream at all. The bulk was still very much pressing my legs apart. I reached a hand under the sheet and felt the smooth plastic. This was really happening. I was about to spend 2 whole days in diapers, not allowed to use the bathroom. The weight of it dropped me right back to the pillow. I no longer wanted to get up. I didn't want to do anything but lay here and wait to die. Sadly, Mom fixed that problem for me, by walking through the door. Good morning, Jay. I was hoping you'd wake up before Mommy left so I could talk to you a little bit. She sat down on the edge of the bed. Are you wet, sweetie? Do you need a diaper change before I go? She lifted the sheet. Still dry, okay. I could have told you that if you let me, Mommy. Truth was, it was hot and clammy in there, even though I knew my bladder was full. Never mind that. Sissy will change you later, then, and get you dressed. Now we found some nice new diapers for you, and she's going to call the place as soon as they open to see about getting a courier to deliver them, so you won't need to be carried around very much longer, okay? As if on cue, she scooped me up out of the bed. Let's get you downstairs and have breakfast, and Sissy will change you as soon as you're done your morning pee. Now I'm gonna be gone probably until around 4 or 5 for this open house, so I need you to be a very, very good boy and do everything Sissy tells you, okay? Yes, Mommy. The feeling of dread fell over me as the idea of 9 hours alone in the house with my sister controlling every aspect of my existence sank in. That's a good boy. She patted me on the bottom, which I barely felt through all the padding, and slid me into a chair at the island in the kitchen. Sissy, she shouted. Where are you? I gotta get going. I'm in the bathroom, Mom. I'll be out in a minute. Maggie sounded tired and grouchy, not a good combination at all. It was 8 in the morning, and she never got up before 10 on the weekends. Oh, for heaven's sake. Mom poured some orange juice into that crazy straw cup and set it in front of me, then drained her coffee. Mommy's gotta go, honey. Have a good day, okay? She kissed me on the cheek and gave me a squeeze, then dashed off. I didn't bother answering her. Have a good day in a diaper with my obviously crabby sister who took such joy in torturing me yesterday. Sure. That's gonna happen. I put my head down on the countertop and just waited. Oh look, the baby's up. Maggie's voice behind me took me by surprise. At least she wasn't all fake bubbly like last night. She came around into my view, and she looked like hell. I mean, not that I thought my sister was pretty or anything. She grabbed a box of cereal out of the cabinet and poured some into a bowl, not even bothering to close the box as she slammed it onto the counter and opened the fridge. She grabbed the milk and poured it into the bowl, being a little more careful setting it down. She took a spoon out of the drawer and sat down next to me at the island. Open, she said, bringing a spoonful of cereal and milk to my lips. I started, but she shoved it in. If it weren't for you being a little brat yesterday, I'd be sleeping right now, not caring what you were doing. Because of you, I had to drag my ass out of bed at 7:45. So you're going to shut your stupid little mouth except when I tell you to open it today, or I'm going to make your life a living hell. You get my drift? I swallowed the cereal. Why, yes, Sissy. Good. Open. And so I let her feed me, and she drank coffee while I chewed. And no one spoke. Which made what happened about halfway through the bowl that much more obvious. The hiss coming from my diaper area was loud enough to where she even paused her mechanical feeding to wait for it to be done. Which, of course, made what I was doing that much more embarrassing. The balloon was actually a little painful now, pressing my legs so far apart that I had to nearly straddle the chair. Timidly, I spoke up, Sissy, please. Another spoon cut me off. I'll change your damn diaper when I'm good and ready, and damn sure not before you finish your fucking breakfast. Silence. Other than me eating. And the diaper rustling as I squirmed around to try and find a comfortable spot in the chair with all that swollen padding under me. She fed me the last spoon and said, drink your fucking juice, baby. She poured herself another cup of coffee, and I slurped that juice down as fast as I could. I wanted out of that damn diaper. She sat back down as I finished. I'm done, Sissy. Fine. Go watch fucking TV. I was desperate. But what about my diaper? I couldn't believe I actually said that. My diaper. Fine. Go on upstairs, she said, taking a sip of her coffee. When I'm done, I'll come change your diaper and get you dressed. My jaw dropped. But. Or you can sit there in your pissy diaper all day, I don't care. You want your diaper changed, you're going to get your ass up those stairs and wait for me in your bedroom. She wasn't budging. I slipped off the chair and onto my wobbly legs, and went straight down on the first step. I can't walk like this, Sissy. I flopped over onto my backside and stared at her. Then fucking crawl. You're a baby. That's what babies do. Maggie, come the fuck on. She scowled at me and picked up her phone. Fine. Lay there and cry about it then, baby. Shut up you big bully fucking bitch. Her thumbs moved faster, then she set the phone down. My eyes got big as she stood up, towering over me as I sat there, trying to crab walk away from her. She reached down and grabbed my arm. Ow. Her grip was like iron, and she jerked me to my feet. Rip, 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 the outer diaper fell off me, then the inner one, much heavier. She sprawled me across the seat of one of the bar stools, and down came the spoon, again and again and again. She hit me methodically, first the fat part of my butt on one side, then the other, then one upper thigh, then the other. Never the same place twice in a row, and God did it hurt. I went from angry teenager to whining kindergartner, but she kept right on going. I howled in pain, promising and begging and pleading, kicking my legs in the air, but she still didn't stop. Then I went limp, huge, racking sobs making my entire body shudder. Finally, the spoon stopped, and I heard her put it down on the counter. "You ain't seen bully bitch out of me yet, you pisser-pants little brat." She pulled my shirt down over my snot and tear-covered face and threw it on the floor with the diapers. "If you so much as roll over before I get back, we're gonna go another round." Down the hallway she went, and back she came with the changing supplies. She spread a towel on the floor in the living room. On the towel, face down, baby. I walked over on wobbly legs, my backside on fire like it had never been before. Her phone vibrated on the counter behind me, but she ignored it. I laid down on my stomach. "One of these days," she said as she pumped what looked like hand lotion into her palm, "you're gonna learn when to keep your damn little mouth shut. All you had to do was wait for me to finish my coffee, and I would have changed your little diaper, and put a nice clean t-shirt on you, and I probably would have let you sit on the couch and play your little video game or maybe watch some big boy cartoons or something." She started rubbing the cream into my quivering backside. Her touch stung, but the cream felt cool, soothing. "But no, you had to go and call me a bitch." "And where did it get you, huh?" "Nowhere, that's where. It got your ass beat, is what it got you. And it put your sister in a shitty mood, which means all the nice things she was going to try to do for little baby Jamie this morning to make it a little easier went right out the goddamn window." She wiped her hands off with one of the wipes, then covered my ears with a mountain of baby powder. She spread a diaper on the floor next to me and said, "Roll over, baby." I rolled, and it hurt when I landed, but not as much as yesterday after Mom worked me over. She wiped me down with a baby wipe in the front, covered me with another pile of powder, and sealed me up. She picked up a small kitchen knife, and I finally saw what Mom had done the night before. She cut slits in the bottom of the diaper, then lifted me up and added a second one. "Scoot your ass off the towel and sit still." I scooted, and she gathered everything back up and stood. "Do not move. I'll be right back." Down the hall she went. And I waited, sulking and sniffling. No PSP. Nothing good to watch on TV. This was really, really going to suck. I heard a door open, and her heavy footsteps on stairs. What the hell was she doing in the basement? How long was I supposed to just sit here and stare at the fucking wall? After what seemed like an eternity, even though only 15 minutes had passed by the clock on the wall, I think it was lying to me. I heard her footsteps coming back up the basement stairs, with a whole lot of jostling and grunting to go with them. She shuffled down the hall, and my eyes bulged when I saw what was in her hands. No. No fucking way. I started to scuffle backwards, toward the stairs. "I told you not to move," she shouted as she unfolded the huge playpen and slammed it on the floor in the middle of the living room. "You're not putting me in that fucking thing, Maggie. What are you gonna do, crawl next door with just your little diaper on and tell Mrs. Farnsworth on me? I'm sure her 3 daughters would just love to see that." She stormed toward me, and I panicked, flopping over and crawling as fast as I could. If I could just reach. Her powerful arm wrapped around my waist right before my hand got to the railing. "No." I screamed, kicking and flailing helplessly. "Put me down, you crazy bitch. Put me down." She dropped me into the playpen, and I bounced right back to my feet. This thing was bigger than I remembered, the bar reaching all the way to my stomach. "If you climb out of there, this is next." She glowered at me, a leash in her hand. "What are you gonna do, walk me around like a fucking dog?" I stretched my leg up, but my foot came just short of the bar. "Just a little further. Come on." And then my foot was in her hand, and with a push, my backside was on the mattress. "No, I'm going to do this." She cinched the leash down onto my ankle, poked a hole in the netting near the bottom, and pulled it through, wrapping it around the leg of the playpen outside, out of reach. "Now, go ahead and call me a bitch again, you little creep." She walked over to the counter and grabbed her phone, swiping the screen and typing furiously. "Fuck you, bitch. Beat me all you want. I don't fucking care anymore. Do you hear me, you fucking cunt? Do your worst. Now I'm a cunt too, huh?" she muttered, still staring at her phone. I started wrestling with the buckle on the leash around my ankle, but she ignored me. She finished typing and stood up. "By the way, this was what Mom sent back this morning after I told her you called me a bitch again." She turned the phone toward me and shoved it right in my face. "Well, he just bought himself 2 more days in diapers. And tell him if he calls you that again, he won't see those pull-ups until school is out." I went cold. Maggie's reply, which she obviously just typed, sat there directly underneath. "Now I'm a bitch and a cunt, apparently." She turned the screen around and grinned at me. "Hope you like pissing and shitting in your pants, you little rodent." The phone vibrated. She laughed and typed some more. I forgot all about the leash and squirmed into the corner of the playpen, recoiling at what I'd just seen. 2 more weeks of this? Her phone rang. "Hi, Mom." "Sure, he's right here, just a second." I looked at that phone like it was made of poison cancer virus, cringing as Maggie brought it over and handed it to me. Timidly I reached out and took it. "Hello, Mommy. You shut up and listen, you disrespectful little bastard. I don't want to hear a word out of your foul little mouth until I get home. I raised you better than to say such filthy things to anybody, never mind your own family. Now, when I get home this evening, I am going to feed you supper, spank the living daylights out of your bratty little ass, and put you to bed. But here's what I'm not going to do. I'm not going to tell your father about this. But if you don't do exactly as Maggie and I tell you to do from now until we leave for the beach house, he's going to hear about all of it. And I don't think I need to tell you what your father will do if he finds out you used the C word on your sister." I gulped, but stayed silent. Truth be told, I couldn't imagine what Dad would do, but I damn sure didn't want to find out. "Now, put me on speakerphone." I pressed the speaker button with a trembling finger. "Maggie, can you hear me?" "Yeah, Mom." "Did you order his new diapers?" "Yeah, a full case, like you asked." "Are they bringing them today?" "Should be around lunchtime." "Oh good. Make sure you tip the driver, and go ahead and order 2 more cases, since your baby brother decided he'd rather start his potty training at the beach this summer." But the beach trip was a month from now. The tears came rushing back again, and I couldn't stop them if I wanted to. I held the phone up weakly with the one hand, and buried my face in the other. "For weeks of diapers." "Okay. I will. Anything else?" "Yeah. After you feed him lunch, change his diapers and put him down for a nap, whether the delivery is there or not. Only an hour or so, though, because he won't sleep tonight otherwise. And he can stay in the playpen the rest of the time. I'm pretty sure there are some boxes of yours and his old baby stuff right near where you found that crib. It's probably marked yard sale. Use whatever you can find, just make sure you wash it thoroughly. Until little JJ learns to stop having tantrums, he's going to be treated exactly how old he's acting." "Got it, Mom. I saw that box down there along with some old videos I was going to bring up for him to watch. What do you want me to fix for dinner?" "I'll text you about that later." I can already hear him bawling. I gotta go. Love you both. The phone went dead, and Maggie was right there to snatch it. "There you go, little buddy. I did my worst. You wanna try it again?" "No. You gonna stay in that playpen while I'm downstairs?" "Yes." "Good. 'Cause I'm pretty sure Mom won't hesitate to extend your little punishment out through the beach trip too." I shuddered at the thought. Her footfalls led back down the hall, down to the basement, to bring my doom back up with her. I finally went too far, and now my life was over. It was all of 10:15 when Maggie finished this horrible, awful treasure hunt of hers. Stuffed animals of various shapes and sizes now covered the floor of the playpen. The dishwasher hummed away, full of baby bottles, toddler plates, and pacifiers, though she took the trouble to hand wash a white pacifier with a purple and pink butterfly on it and stuff it into my mouth. "Matches your pretty diapers," she said. Well, it certainly did that, for a variety of reasons. She even found a box of old DVDs down there. I thought for sure she'd torture me with Teletubbies and Barney and all that crap, but her old Sailor Moon collection was hardly an improvement. Still, it gave me a distraction from the much bigger problem I had, that of a growing pressure in my gut, moving downward. I knew I could hold it, probably all day if I had to, but that wasn't going to make it go away. But for now, I just wasn't ready for this. So I watched prissy teenage girls dance around and do weird teenage girly superhero stuff, and I gnawed on the silicone nipple, and I did my best to ignore it. The dishwasher finished its cycle, and Maggie got up to empty it. I couldn't see what she was doing from my position, between the high bar of the playpen and the counter itself, but she spent a long time fidgeting with something over there, and I started to get suspicious. Finally she took something over to the fridge and began filling it with water from the built-in dispenser. In my gut, I knew, and she confirmed my suspicions rather quickly as she screwed a nipple onto a bottle and brought it over. "You look thirsty, baby boy. Sissy brought you some nice cold water to drink." She leaned into the playpen and held it out to me. I didn't move. "If you drink it all up, Sissy will let you have a sippy cup with your lunch instead of another bottle." I had to admit, after all the crying and screaming and yelling I'd done that morning, a little cold water would be nice. I took it and spit out the pacifier. What difference did it make? Either way I had a nipple in my mouth. At least I was getting something out of this one. She sat down on the couch and stared at me, grinning. One way or another she was going to wind up humiliating me, might as well get it over with. I put it in my mouth and tilted my head back. To my surprise, it started dribbling almost immediately, before I had a chance to do anything with it. I sucked, and got a lot more than I was expecting. I nearly choked on that first gulp. She must have done something to the nipple. I looked up, she was sitting there with her hand over her mouth, stifling her laughter, staring at me intently. I scowled back at her and tipped it up again, sucking hard, determined to empty it as fast as possible. 8 ounces of ice-cold water doesn't seem like a lot, until you're trying to suck it down through a nipple. I had to stop for a breath once, but I finished it in less than a minute and tossed it aside. What a thirsty baby. Does JJ want some more? She was openly giggling now, not even trying to hide it. No. Where's your binky, baby? Find your binky. Ah. I looked around in the mass of soft toys between my sprawled legs and located the pacifier, brushing it off and putting it back in my mouth. What a good baby you are. Let's put another video on for you before lunch. I looked at the clock, it was just 11 now. Maggie said the new diapers would get here around lunchtime. Maybe I could talk her into letting me use the toilet when they got here. I could hold out until then. Miserable though it was, the courier finally showed up 45 minutes later. And thankfully, either Maggie wasn't inspired to invite him in or he didn't have time. Either way, he didn't see me. What really creeped me out was the massive grin plastered across Maggie's face as she carried the huge box in from the foyer and plunked it down next to the couch. "So, do we need a diaper change, baby boy, or are we good right now?" This was my chance. I took the pacifier out and said, "Well, no, but I really have to poop. Could you?" "Oh wait, you called me a cunt and a bitch, and now you want me to do favors for you. Damn it. Please, Ma, Sissy, just this once. I'm sorry I said all that horrible stuff to you. And you even took your binky out without my permission." "Ah." I stuffed it back in. Please Sissy. I'll be a good vavy fro now on, I fromish. She laughed. Tell you what, Jamie. She took the pacifier out of my mouth. Let's talk business. I'll let you go potty. In fact, I'll even talk to Mom and make sure you get to go poopy on the potty all the time, but it's gonna cost you. What could she possibly do worse than this? Okay, what do I have to do? I'll show you after lunch. You want to go potty or not? I didn't like this. But again, I was already sitting in a playpen in a diaper, and I'd already been made to drink out of a bottle and be spoon-fed. There couldn't possibly be anything worse than this, other than. Wait, you're not gonna make me go around outside dressed like this, are you? No, nothing like that, silly baby. She laughed. So what's it gonna be? You gonna give me a poopy diaper to change, or do you want to go potty like a big boy? Besides, I bet you're sick of being all double diapered like that, aren't you? Don't you wanna try on your new diapers? I sighed. Okay, deal. Her smile got even bigger as she tucked the pacifier back in and dropped the side of the playpen. Always knew you were a smart little baby boy. Come on, I'll take you to potty. She reached down and unbuckled the leash. If you promise not to try and climb out anymore, I won't put that back on you this afternoon. I frovish. She cackled. So cute. Come on out, baby. I got to my feet and held onto the rail as I wobbled out. She held my hand on the way to the bathroom, which I was grateful for, as much as the mass between my legs disrupted my balance. I could hardly wait to get changed into a single diaper again. She took me to the powder room and stripped the 2 diapers off me, then stepped out into the hall to let me do my business. Come back out to the living room when you're done, Jamie, I'm going to fix your lunch. I heard her walk away, and as I dropped the pacifier out of my mouth I resolved to take my sweet time, considering this would probably be the last time I'd see a toilet today. And so I did, sitting there naked, enjoying the air on my crotch, waiting for nature to take its course. I had a nice long pee as well, and I basked the satisfaction of completely voiding myself like the teenage boy I was supposed to be. I wasn't looking forward to having another diaper put on me, but at least it'd be one diaper, so I'd be able to walk. As I wiped, I felt in fairly good spirits for the first time since Friday afternoon when the nightmare began. Whatever Maggie had in store for me as part of this bargain couldn't be any worse than the morning I'd just had. I walked out of the bathroom, naked as a jaybird. An empty mac and cheese box sat on the counter, and the noodles were boiling away in a pot on the stove. Well, it's about time. Maggie was sitting on the couch with something very big and very, very pink. Come on over and get your diaper on. My heart sank. Pink. What the hell? Mom said to find the most absorbent diapers I could in your size. These are it, buddy. Rears Princess, is what they call them. Now get over here so I can get back to fixing your lunch, baby. I trudged over, and she spread the thing out on a towel. It was much bigger than the Moldicare or whatever those purple things were. I lay down on it, numb to the humiliation. What the hell kind of weirdos ran around in pink adult diapers with unicorns and princesses all over them? I stared at the bag sitting next to me as she powdered my front and rear. Princess Pink by Rears. Level 10 protection. She pulled the front between my legs. Good God, this thing was big, and thick, and bulky. It rode all the way above my belly button, almost to my ribs. And my legs forced apart nearly as far as with the double diapers. This was hardly an improvement at all. As she pulled the tapes across my hips, then my stomach, she sat back and clapped her hands. That is so adorable. All right, get that pink little butt of yours back in your playpen while Sissy finishes making lunch. I lay there, arms crossed, glaring at her. Oh, okay, you need some help. She walked over to the playpen and raised the bar, then I felt her arms underneath me, hoisting me up while I squirmed. She dumped me into the playpen. There you go. Princess. Shoo off. Hey, if you're missing the purple ones so much, I bet I could put one on under your pretty pink one next time I change you. She cackled as she stirred the pot. I stared at my crotch. I wanted to rip this thing off and throw it at her. But I didn't. I sat there and stewed, and I made her carry me over to the kitchen and plunk me in a chair. In front of me sat a plate of cut-up hot dogs and a puddle of ketchup. Out of reach was a plate of macaroni and cheese, obviously made for a toddler, though there was a full-size spoon in it. She took my pacifier out and said, "Eat up, princess." Can I have a fork? No. Forks are for big kids. Fine. I picked up a slice of hot dog, dunked it in the ketchup, and stuck it in my mouth, but not before a drop of ketchup hit my chest. I tasted it. She watered down the ketchup. What the hell? Maggie watched intently as I worked my way through the slices as quickly as I could, dribbling ketchup water all over myself. I put the last piece in my mouth, and she said, "Good job, baby. Let's have some mac and cheese." She overloaded every single spoonful, so I wound up with cheese and ketchup all over my face, and some of it even landed on the diaper in my lap. When she finished, I glared at her. "Did you enjoy yourself? Was that fun for you?" "Well, I don't know about me, but it sure looks like you had a good time, messy baby. Let's get you cleaned up and get a nice bottle in you so you can go have a nappy-poo, okay?" She pulled several wipes out of the container and nearly smothered me with them. "Nappy-poo? Really?" Mom said in our nap. "I figure you can go have a little snooze, then I'll get you all nice and dressed and cleaned up for when she gets home, so maybe she'll be happy to see you instead of ready to kill you like she was this morning. Did you, MMMPH?" She shoved the bottle into my mouth before I could finish the sentence and held it there. "Enough talking. Drink." I drank the bottle as quickly as possible, just to get it over with. "Good." She stuffed the pacifier back into my mouth. "Now march your crinkly little tushy upstairs and lie down. And if I catch you playing video games instead of laying there quietly, Mom will be the first to hear about it." "Fine." I got up and waddled up to my bedroom while she stuck her nose back in her phone. Spending the day lazing around the house in just your underwear is a rare treat. Except when your underwear is disposable. And pink. And has unicorns and princesses and stars all over it. Oh, and your big sister is determined to torture you every second of the day. I flopped out onto my bed and stared at the clock on my dresser, gnawing on the teat in my mouth. An hour. An entire hour to just lay here and do nothing. With a girly-ass diaper and a girly-ass pacifier to match. I was pretty sure I was going to die of boredom. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. Wake up, sleepy baby. My eyes flew open. The clock, what the hell? I actually fell asleep. I sat up and rubbed my eyes. Maggie didn't seem interested in waiting, so she grabbed my arm. "Hey. Time to get dressed, pink bottom." "Wait, my clothes are in here." "Not anymore, they aren't. Time for your end of our deal." I had no time to think, I was just being dragged along straight into my sister's room, confused and increasingly anxious. After she plunked me on the bed, she closed the door, and I died. Well, I wished I'd died when I saw what was hanging on the back of the door, anyway. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I remembered that dress. Maggie wore it when we went to an Easter egg hunt. She was 7, I was almost 4. It was solid pink, with a big rose right over the left chest and a little bow on the right hip. Nope. No arguing. This is our deal. You got to go poopy in the potty, instead of in your diaper, and I'll make sure you continue to get to do so for as long as you're wearing those cute little princess panties. But you're gonna wear pretty little things that match those little princess panties, and Sissy's gonna do up your hair and make you the prettiest little toddler girl on the block. And if you even think about trying to back out now, this goes on your snapbook wall for all your friends to see. I gaped as she turned her phone around. She had the security camera going in the living room this morning. My mouth gaped as I watched myself pleading and begging and sobbing, bent over that chair while she whacked me with that horrible spoon. You wouldn't wanna bet? I sat there and shivered. That video would be the end of me at school. I hung my head, this was it. I should have seen it coming. First the purple diapers Mom bought, then these faggy girly printed ones Maggie picked out. All the baby stuff from downstairs all coming from Maggie's boxes, not mine. I should have known her old clothes were down there too, and she was just waiting for the chance to make me wear them. And that's exactly what I did. She put that dress on me, and all I could do was whimper as the soft cloth draped over my chest. She pulled my scruffy hair into pigtails on either side of my head, clipping barrette onto them to hold them in place. She even put blush on my damn cheeks. Then she stuck me in front of the full-length mirror on her closet door so I could see just exactly how it all looked. Powder pink diaper sticking out under rose pink dress, with pink barrette and a pink pacifier and rosy pink cheeks. All that was missing was ankle socks and pink shoes, and I'd be ready for the toddler beauty pageant. And this was what I had to look forward to for the next month. And there I sat on the private beach in Old Orchard, in a pink sleeveless blouse with a ruffled hem, same pink diaper underneath, same pink pacifier in my mouth. I couldn't believe how the whole situation had gone this far. I did everything I could for the entire month to stay out of trouble, and when we finally got to the beach house, Mom informed me that, since my behavior had improved so much since I'd been turned into a little girl, that she was going to keep me that way. And Dad even agreed. It spared my bottom around under his belt, and that alone was worth it. He even had one of the rooms renovated into a full-blown oversized nursery, with a crib and a changing table. And it was all pink. My parents sat under an umbrella behind me, doing the "I missed you so much" thing, while I sat there with a plastic pail and bucket, digging in the sand, sucking my pacifier. I peed, and it didn't even faze me. Heck, I barely noticed it. I wondered if I'd ever get potty trained in time for school. The way Mom and Dad were talking, they were going to send me to a private school, as an 8-year-old incontinent trans girl with an emotional disability. Well, I wouldn't be the shortest kid in the class anymore. I'd still be the baby, though. Apparently that wasn't going to change anytime soon. Mom had suggested going to the doctor and getting the puberty stopper shots for me. I'd be expected to tell everyone I felt like a little girl inside. In this getup, I kinda did. And in a way, I liked it. I liked being pretty, and I liked being fed and changed and dressed up like a little doll baby. I even had grown to like pooping and peeing in my pants whenever I felt like it and just doing whatever it was I was doing until someone decided to change me. It was fun being a baby girl. And if I had to go back to 3rd grade to keep doing it, then welcome to 3rd grade, Jamie Ann. I happily suckled and dug and wiggled my crinkly butt, excited about my future as a baby T-girl. My eyes flash open. I'm covered in sweat. I sit up and look myself over. Nope, I'm still 47 and fat, my crinoline babydoll nightie covering up my beer belly, though it does nothing for my hairy arms. My big fat Rears princess diaper is swollen and heavy. I cheer to myself that I'm finally wetting the bed, after years of trying. Through the bars of my custom-made adult-sized crib, I notice my computer screen is still lit. What a dream! I reach up and let down the latch on the crib bars and climb out, delighting in the rustling of the nightie and the diaper, especially how the latter gives me a waddle now that it's full of pee. This is gonna make an awesome story. I sit down at my computer chair and start typing. Mom's arm was latched so tight on mine as she marched me through the front door of Jefferson Middle School, I thought she was going to break it off. I Sissy handstanding. The 4:30 crowd had descended on Dunkin' Donuts by time Gina Waylan and her friends sat down to exchange the day's gossip. Seated in their favorite booth near the window, they sipped iced coffees and traded sweet girlish lies for close on an hour. Their laughter could be heard tinkling above the busy murmur of the cafe, their eyes danced with pure teenaged mischief. The conversation came to an abrupt halt when Gina asked Christy Tremanet if she could demonstrate her gym routine for them. Christy had been studying gymnastics since she was 6 years old and her physical skills were the stuff of legend around Chamberlain Junior High. The trim, pretty adolescent considered the suggestion for maybe 2 seconds before shrugging her assent. There wasn't enough space to run through any of her more complex numbers, but turning a handstand over the tiles shouldn't pose any major problems, despite the cramped, rush hour conditions. Slipping lithely out of the booth, Christy stood up and began adjusting her clothing, automatically smoothing her black satin skirt over her frilly white petticoats. Like most girls her age, Christy had fallen prey to the neo-Latin, retro craze sweeping the country. Short, puffy crinolines beneath bright Latino minis, outrageously feminine frills and flounces in the West Side Story tradition. Christy was wearing a brief, layered frou-frou which barely covered her nylon stocking tops. Checking her hemline had become a reflex action over the past few months. She spent a few moments making sure that her lacy black garters were decently covered, then prepared to display her considerable athletic talents. Strangely enough, the fact that she would also be displaying her virginal white underwear to every person in the restaurant seemed to have been lost on her. The thought certainly occurred to her friends, however. Mary Lou Guilford raised her voice in sudden alarm. "Christy, what are you doing?" she exclaimed, her eyes as round as saucers. "You're wearing a dress, we're sitting in a crowded diner. Everybody will see your underpants." Janie Rogers was in complete agreement. "You can't do that in here. Do you want everyone in Chamberlain to know what you're wearing?" Both girls were utterly mortified. You simply can't do that kind of thing in public, no matter how tempting the idea happened to be. Christy shrugged. She was wearing her prettiest lace panties. No one was going to mind. It wasn't as if she was an exhibitionist or something. She was 16. Teenage girls did this kind of thing every time they visited the ice rink. Why were they making such a big deal, anyway? She was simply demonstrating a handstand, nothing wrong with that. Hadn't even been her idea. Stepping back from the edge of the table, she found a clear space about 6 feet from the booth and judged she had just enough room to maneuver. By this time, the conversation had attracted the attention of the entire cafe. Heads turned, conversations died, and an expectant hush fell over the room. Even the waiters were craning their necks to see what was going on. Christy asked Gina to keep time. She could probably maintain her balance for about a minute. Gina checked her wristwatch and nodded. Mary Lou shook her pretty little head in complete exasperation. Christy was actually going through with this. In a very few seconds, she'd be standing on her hands with her dainty white underthings on full view. She'd never felt so embarrassed in her entire life. Her best friend was about to model her flimsies for half of Chamberlain. She buried her face in her hands, peeking through the bars of her fingers. If this got out, they'd never live it down. Christy raised both her hands high over her head. Her body became a supple, elegant curve as she drew in a calming breath. Every eye in the cafe followed her motion as she went over, bracing her palms flat to the tiled floor. Gracefully arching her spine, she flew up into a perfectly controlled handstand, legs as straight as arrows, toes extended towards the ceiling. An admiring gasp went up from the booths. Christy's skirt immediately fell away, inverting itself in a rush of glaring white taffeta. Her flouncing petticoats hung upside down from her waist, revealing her flimsy white underwear to the entire room. Dozens of jaws dropped simultaneously. Christy adjusted her position by shifting her palms, then brought her heels slowly together. Her panties were white nylon briefs, sheer and fine and as innocent as virgin snow. The material shimmered like liquid satin. Tiny silver ripples flowed across the fabric as Christy shifted her center of balance. The hips were trimmed with delicate floral insets. You could almost see the rosy hue of her skin through the gossamer lace. There was a space of about 2 inches between her panties and the top of her petticoats. Her tummy button was clearly visible. Christy touched her heels lightly together, paused 3 seconds, then began to scissor her legs apart with an incredible sense of ease. Her ruffled petticoats hung over her head, her long golden hair was sweeping the floor. No one could see her face, hidden as it was by her upturned skirt. She continued parting her legs. Her undies had been on full exhibition for nearly 30 seconds. Frilly, black garters were stretched taut along her lean, tapering thighs. They bridged a 6-inch gap between her panties and stockings. The flesh was soft, pale, and mirror-smooth. The suspenders looked strained to the breaking point. Another ounce of tension and they'd snap with a musical twang, or so it appeared. Christy had beautiful legs, long, slender and quite curvaceous. Her sleek, brown stockings seemed to add inches to their length. Mary-Lou stared open-mouthed at her friend, unable to believe that Christy had actually gone through with it. Everyone in the restaurant was watching her. People were actually pausing in the street, looking in through the window. By the end of the afternoon, the news would have spread all over town. Christy's unmentionables would be the talk of Chamberlain. 50 seconds, Gina said, glancing down at her wristwatch. She shook her head in open admiration. Christy was now doing a full aerial splits, her legs forming the letter T. Her stockings had stretched a further 2 inches along her thighs, but the seams were still completely straight. Her panties were gleaming beneath the diner's fluorescent lights. The garters were strung tighter than bowstrings. She held the splits for another 5 seconds, then carefully began to bring her legs back together. Her petticoats rustled softly as she altered her position. Jane watched spellbound, her cheeks burning with a high, crimson blush. Christy's panties were extremely pretty, just as she'd told them. No point denying that they were on exhibiting for like a zillion people. Janie had never felt so embarrassed in her entire life. It was almost as if her pink cotton drawers were being displayed to all and sundry. 60 seconds, Gina remarked in gently awed tones. A full minute and not so much as a tremor. Christy's heels came back into line. Her body became a taut, rigid javelin aimed at the sky. She seemed breathless with concentration. An eternity appeared to pass while Christy realigned her center of gravity. A flashbulb went off somewhere near the back of the restaurant. Then slowly, imperceptibly, Christy's feet began to separate again. Inch by inch, with infinite patience, Christy extended her legs in a classic 180, right leg thrusting forward, straight as a foil, left leg slicing back. Her long, sleek thighs trembled slightly as she locked her knees into the forward splits. One of her suspenders finally snapped, releasing its hold on the stocking with an insolent pop. 1 minute 30, Gina whispered, mainly to herself. Hidden behind an avalanche of taffeta frills, Christy was blushing to the hairline. She was grateful no one could see her flushed, feverish expression. Despite her earlier indifference, she was almost melting with embarrassment. She'd been upside down for 90 seconds with her lace and garters on full exposure. She was flinchingly aware of everything she was wearing, shimmering gossamer panties clinging to her body like a gleaming second skin, her decadent black garter belt with the adjustable straps, the sheer Dior nylons with the seams running down the back. All of it revealed to the world in a fall of cascading crinoline. The cafe had been full of men. What had she been thinking? Well, it was far too late to worry about that now. She'd been hanging upside down with her skirt over her head for close on 2 minutes. Time to conclude the routine. Filling her lungs with a deep inhalation, she gradually raised her feet towards the roof. Cool air caressed her thighs and tummy. Her head was swirling with conflicting emotions. She felt naked, vulnerable, deliciously exposed. Okay, she murmured as she clipped her heels together, signaling the end of the routine. Folding at the waist, she dropped lightly down onto her feet. Skirts and petticoats flipped neatly back into place, affording the crowd a final, fleeting glimpse of her lush, panted bottom. She completed the movement by lifting her hands in a smoothly executed dismount, as if she'd just pinwheeled off the beam. Christy slipped back into the booth, her cheeks glowing and her eyes glittering with shy pleasure. She took another sip of her iced coffee, glancing around the table to gauge her friends' reactions. Gina looked bemused, Marilou was still goggle-eyed with disbelief. Jane was incapable of meeting her gaze. The seconds tapped by in lip-biting silence. Christy finished her icy and set the glass down on the table. "Well?" Gina asked, eyebrows raised in cool inquiry. "What was that like?" Christy shrugged with disarming innocence. Her former indifference had returned, her blush was fading to a subtle rose tint. Lowering her pulse rate presented no real problems for Christy. Breathing control was one of the first things you learnt in this particular discipline. 2 minutes, she mused, glancing abstractly out the window. Have to aim for 3, next time. Her friends nodded their agreement. The plight of Sissy Patty. Patrick didn't really mind the calf-length petticoats so much, although the boys did tease him when and if they passed the house and saw his plight. Along with the pantaloons, they felt nice against his legs. It was the stays that really bothered him. Not only were they tight, but also they prevented him from doing most activities of boys of his age. He could never catch his breath. And if he could play that way, well, he wouldn't want to expose himself to the other boys' ridicule and teasing. Furthermore, if he mussed his frock, or even his pinafore, well, it would mean even more punishment. The Ryan family matriarch was well known for her methods of her handling unruly grandsons and great-grandsons. She expected them to grow up as gentlemen. Lacing them into stays prevented them from getting into trouble, but the rest of the dress was punitive. Whenever a Ryan boy got into trouble, well, it meant dressing in an older sister's outgrown clothes for 1 full week. An eternity of humiliation, in boys' time. During that period, the wrongdoer stayed home and did his studies there, making up schoolwork the following week. That was a punishment as well. But it wasn't just the dressing that bothered him, it was also having to permit all of his sisters to dress him every day. And doing female chores with them. Furthermore, if he did not do them right, his skirts were pulled up and he was put over Graham's knee and spanked, in front of all the children. This was Patrick's 3rd time in such straits. Try as he might, he was always in trouble. Boy will be boys. Some of the boys did learn their lesson after one such bout, but Patrick was not one of them. The Saturday had begun fairly non-eventfully. Patrick and some of his friends were playing ball in the front yard, and, very quickly, the game ended with the breaking of one of the windows. The others immediately ran off, and Patrick was alone to take the blame. He quickly knew what the future held as watched the errant ball sail toward the window, causing a loud shattering noise, promptly followed by Graham's appearance at the front door. "Ruffian! This the 2nd time you have done this. Wash your hands and face and go to Martha's room. Immediately." There was no use in protesting. There never was. But he figured he'd try. "But, Graham, I can't stay home from school next week, it's finals." "Well, then, you will have to go to school in your patty dress." "But Graham, can't we wait until next week, so I can stay home? The others will never let me live it down. Should have thought about that when you broke the glass. Brought this on yourself, boy. Go now," waving her hand in a shoo motion. Patrick was shattered. It was one thing being dressed as a girl at home, but at school? This was terrible. He trudged up the steps. He knew his sisters would be coming up soon. He was trapped. As he entered Martha's room, that now familiar feeling came over him once again, of being out of place in all the frills and laces and light colors. He hated the ridicule and humiliation, but he had to admit to himself that he kind of liked the feel of pantaloons and skirts on his legs. It was the darn stays that bothered so much, especially when his sisters decided to have fun and tie them too tight. He could hardly breathe. As he waited, he walked over the large armoire in the corner, where all the girls' older dresses were kept. Opening the door, he began running his hand across them, in an idle manner, wondering which he would be forced to wear. They really are so pretty, he thought. He remembered this one he had worn once, and this one, they all seemed to hold a memory. Most unpleasant from the humiliation, but some were not so bad. Here, this green frock, what a day that was! He remembered it well. It was a rather windy, but warm, day this past early spring. His older brother Harold, feeling sorry for him, and wanting to console him, took him up the hill to the south field for a little picnic. It was there, for the first time, that Patty got a sense of how a girl must feel in a similar situation. He was surprised that he rather liked it. It seemed incongruous to him that Harold called him Patrick, with he in a pretty dress with ribbons in his hair, so he insisted he called him Patty. His brother did, awkwardly at first, but after a while, Harold seemed to begin behaving toward Patty the way he acted toward all girls, gentlemanly. It was strange feeling, especially since Patty was only 12. He even helped him with his skirts when the winds began to blow them, holding them down. Harold even had difficulty picking a subject for conversation, something he never had before. Patty surmised that his garb presented itself to Harold as female, making it difficult for him to relate to him as a boy in petticoats. The illusion was furthered by the fact that his hair was even longer than a boy's. After his first week in frocks, Graham never allowed his hair to be cut. Once, that first time, Patty had begged Harold to loosen his stays for a short while, which he did while they hid in a closet. Of course, his frock had to remain open until Harold retightened it. But this time his brother demurred, saying something vague about having hurt his hand, and therefore, he could not retighten him. After that day, he never related again to him the same. Things were just different, and Harold was always gentle toward Patty, even when Patty was not in dresses. Yes, the green dress with the floral pattern. I'll never forget that day. Martha and Bernice coming into the room interrupted his reverie. His hands were still on the dresses. Any particular one you'd like to wear today, dear Patty? A gentle smile on Martha's face. They are pretty, yes, Patty. Don't call me that. My name is Patrick. For now, said Bernice. The others will be here soon. Finishing a chore. What did you get yourself into this time, bad girl? Patty scowled. Some of those dresses, oh, I mightily wish I could still wear them, said Martha, sighing, with her hand to her bosom. Me, too. I guess we'll have to live vicariously though our little sister. Delilah and Francine, the twins, just then entered. They were older than the other two, and were into the long skirts appropriate to their age. Oh! Those short dresses, our girlhood! Exclaimed Delilah, seeing the rack in the open closet. Soir, said Martha, you are still girls. Let's get going, said Francine. Please, my sisters, don't tie me so tight this time. We just want to ensure that you understand what we go through, said Francine. You made your point. We'll see, said Delilah. Let's get you into your underthings. Take off those horrid boy clothes. This was the part he hated most. Being naked, even for a moment, in front of his older sisters. Sometimes he wished he had a younger sister on whom to take out his frustrations, and ever since that time on the hill, his older brother was of no help in any attempt to shield him. It was a dismaying situation. And now he would have to face his schoolmates face to face. Patty felt like crawling into a hole. The only consolation was the feel of the petticoats and pantaloons on his legs. He really liked that, but he could never admit that to Anyne, least of all his sisters. He would never live it down. Slowly, he removed his trousers, shirt, shoes and socks, and stood there in his underwear with pleading eyes. "Please. Go ahead, take them off," said Francine. Her voice was not harsh, and the others, while they felt no compunction about all of this, were not about to allow him privacy to put on his feminine undergarments, what with Graham's strict orders and terrible punitive disposition when it came to punishment. They would make sure it was done right. He removed his undershirt and, then, slowly, with great reticence, removed his underpants, putting his hands over his crotch. He had placed his clothing in a neat pile on the floor. He knew that the first chore after he was dressed would be to wash both his male clothing and the girls as well. "All right," said Martha. "Let's see what we have for you." While Patty just stood there, she brought out a cotton camisole, linen pantaloons, and a pair of black stockings. "Sit on the bed, Patty." She rolled the heavy cotton stockings onto Patty's legs and up to past her knees. "Good thing you have no hair on your legs, yucky. Yours are just like a girl's." Patty ignored her and looked up at the ceiling, all the while trying to keep his privates hidden with his hands. "Yes, I imagine the clothing wouldn't feel so good if I had hair on my legs." "Stand up. Francine, would you put on that is, her underclothing?" All the sisters seemed a bit shy, in a girlish fashion, particularly the younger ones, not directly looking at Patty's nakedness. All the same, they did allow themselves a peek here and there. And, of course, the girls who actually applied the clothing had the best view and didn't have to avert their eyes. A little giggling did take place now and then. After all, a girl cannot help herself. When Patty finally was no longer naked, he felt more comfortable, able to handle things better. Oddly enough, whenever he felt that first touch of female clothing, he began to think differently, as if by magic. It was as if the clothing made him softer, more vulnerable, less prone to object to orders. He felt, well, cozy. "Time for the lacing, Patty," said Martha. "I know you asked us not to make it that tight, but, Patty, it is clear that we must tighten you enough to get you into a dress, and the only size we have means you will have to be tighter than even the last time, because you have grown a bit. We have no larger sizes at this point that are not too large, and Graham will not permit us to alter, or even to teach you to alter, any of the dresses. She says you will just have to live with it." "I'm sorry." Patty groaned. Being tight was one thing, but having to do chores while so laced was even worse. He unconsciously rubbed her hand smoothly on her pantaloon-clad legs. The act seemed to calm her when she was upset. No doubt, the girls noticed, as they did in the past, because they glanced at each other with a little smile. Patty went over to the high-lacing bar in the other corner, and grabbed hold, as Martha placed the pretty blue satin corset about her waist. It was fairly long, ending under where the bust might be if she were a mature woman. At this time, since Patty was only 12, she was not expected to have breasts, and the dresses she wore at this stage were cut as a child's. One day, should her dresses period continue, she would be into long dresses and padding in her bodice, much as her older brother had been for a short time before he learned to behave and not act like a ruffian. Patty sighed deeply, then, as always, and as instructed, took deep breath and held it while the girls gathered around to close her busk with the stud and slot fasteners. To be sure, the girls were very slow and gentle with lacings, and stopped about 2 inches short of their goal. They were really not mean. Patty, nonetheless, suffered, not used to such constriction, and she knew they were not finished. "If they stopped here, I could do this." "Pretty girls have tiny waists, little sister Patty," exclaimed Delilah, unable to resist. The rest giggled. Patty didn't see the humor. Besides, her mind was not on this as much as if she hadn't been staring down and admiring her pantaloons with the pretty pale blue dainty flowers. But the reprise was only for the settling in, as they called it. Now they proceeded with the rest of Patty's dressing routine. After assisting Patty down from the all-too-familiar bar, the girls escorted her back over to the armoire area. "All right, Patty," said Francine. "With your pretty blue corset, you may wear a pretty blue dress. But first, we'll help you with your petticoats." Martha already had a pile of petticoats in her arms, and she produced the first, which was of pink taffeta. "So rustly," said Francine. "Mind you take care of this. It is our favorite for daytime use. Besides, you would not want to disappoint Graham." She pulled it over Patty's head and down over her new waist, fastening it there with the attached cord. The girls could not help notice the difference in Patty's demeanor. A far-off look had come to her eyes. Again, the sisters looked at each other, but this time they were not smiling. Delilah said, "Is our little brother all right?" Her use of the word brother instead of a sister signified her concern. Oh, yes, I am fine these days," said Patty as if catching herself and coming out of a trance. But it was clear to him, and perhaps to the girls, that her new clothing seemed to be transforming her inside as well. "What is this?" Clearing his head, he said, "All right, sisters, let's get this over with." "Yes, Patty," said Martha. "We shall lace you in slowly." The taffeta petticoat felt marvelous. The rustling and the slippery feel were delightful. Patty was getting scared. "I am not a girl." Unbeknownst to Patty, her sisters had noticed his erection, and were hiding their glances from each, the younger very embarrassed, the older ones tolerant and kind. Next came a polished cotton petticoat, in white. Floating down over her head, Patty was mesmerized. It became very difficult for her to maintain her composure. It appeared that the more layers of petticoat were applied, the more of an ethereal experience followed. But this time she quickly shook it off, coming to her senses, as if she said to herself, "Stop. I'm not going to let this happen." But telling herself to stop, and feeling these strange feelings, were two different things, but she did have to consciously maintain her masculinity to her sisters. So her sisters did not, in this case, realize her state. Finally, a very light wool petticoat topped the other two, adding to the fullness, and thus, Patty's euphoria. But her face was neutral. "There," said Francine. "All ready for your dress. But first, the lacing." Back to the dreaded lacing bar, where Patty knew her misery would begin. But the heaviness of her petticoats, and the pleasant rustling, keep her in a decent frame of mind. As her sisters pulled and tugged and adjusted, Patty tried to think of more pleasant things. She daydreamed she was on a billowing white cloud, sliding within its folds, lace all around the edges. Well, she kept drifting in and out of this dream, as she was now and then abruptly brought to reality by the ever-increasing tightness in her waist, brought about by the constant tugging. "Why do I have to put up with this pain? Oh, that I could just be in floating petticoats and soft pantaloons and pretty. I hate corsets." But the fantasy could not persist in the ever-increasing grip of her stays. "Ooh. Please." Patty gasped. She was having a difficult time, as she fought to breathe. "It's all right, Patty, only one more inch," she heard Francine say through the haze. "But I can't breathe." "Do like we taught you last time, breathe from your upper chest." I want to, please." Tilda tilde 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 tilde. The smelling salts did their job. Patty awoke in a haze. Looking up, she saw all the girls around her, looking at her with concern. She was on Martha's beautiful pink, lace-adorned canopy bed, a dark blue cotton dress hung from the canopy, hers. Her layers of petticoats billowed up from her legs, and contrasted nicely with her now tiny waist. Her stomach hurt a bit, but she was all right, breathing from her upper chest. He smiled. Somehow, everything seemed good, despite her constricted waist. "Hello, Patty," said Delilah. "How are you feeling?" "I'm all right, sis. Can you help me up?" The girls clamored about her, eager to help, bringing her to her feet. Patty held her stomach a bit, feeling the hard embrace of her stays. How tight am I? Well, said Francine, last time we had you at 22, and this 20 will get you into this frock. Phew. 20. You look good, Patty, said Martha. The girls all nodded in agreement. I know some girls who would die for your figure. I am not a girl. But her protestation seemed lame. Francine, are you ready for lunch? I mean, you don't have to eat, but Gram and the family will be expecting you, and you know how she is. Yes. She said dryly. I know how she is. Witness my plight, rubbing her waist. The pretty blue, but plain dress quickly descended from the place from where it hung, and soon was fitted on Patty, the skirts adjusted and smoothed, the bodice made true to the corset's outline. Beautiful, they chorused. It is, rather nice, isn't it? Patty admitted. And with this, Francine exclaimed, whisking over a white cotton flounced pinafore, it will be absolutely perfect. Put out your arms. Yet another layer to fascinate Patty. While she put out her arms, the pinafore was tied in a big bow in the back and the skirt adjusted to fall just short of her dress. There. That will keep my old pretty dress clean, exclaimed Martha. This was yours. Yes, and she never looked as good as you in it, shouted Francine. They all had a good laugh, including Patty. She was beginning to feel much better. She loved the dress, and the pinafore as well, and she was feeling very kindly toward her sisters, sisterly. Sisterly? I feel like one of the girls. Wait. No. I cannot let this happen. I am not a girl. Patty's demeanor suddenly changed, and she became morose. What is it? Nothing. I mean, do not feel I should be feeling good about this. I am a boy, not a girl. It's only temporary, Patty. We've had to do this before, and you didn't feel this way. I am beginning to like the dress. It is pretty. That's all right. But, you see, I like the other things, too, except the corset, she quickly added, rubbing her waist. Oh. What things? I like the way the petticoats feel on my legs, and the pantaloons. That's all right, that's understandable. We like that too. But, I'm a boy. Well, yes, but you are dressed as a girl right now. So you can feel that way. You have to take the bad, the corset, so why not take some pleasure in the good, as you see it, the petticoats? We manage. Are you going to tell Gram how I feel? No, sweetheart, said Francine. If we tell her about how you like petticoats, then she'll just find another punishment, and if we tell her about how you detest your stays, well, she'll make it worse somehow. Couldn't be worse than this, geez. Trust me, it could be worse. Smaller dresses have smaller waists. Smaller waists, the girls looked at each other. You mean tighter? Possibly. But more likely, she would punish you with more and harsher whippings. Patty dropped her head. So, said Martha, let's cheer up and go to lunch. Come, let me help you with your shoes. Yes, let us put on your shoes, and we can go down to lunch, agreed Francine. As the sisters entered the door, they turned and watched Patty follow them in. Mama, Papa, Gram, and the other two Ryan brothers were sitting down already, waiting to be served by cook. Papa looked at Patty cursorily, without surprise, and then said, dryly, I see Gram has been at work again. Sit down, my girl, a little smile, we are ready for prayers. You may have the honor. Hello, Father. Hello, Mother. Hello, Grandmother. Hello, Harold. Hello, Sean. Each nodded in return. The boys were prohibited from using their usual familiar names for the adults, such as a popper, when dressed as a girl. It was Graham's idea of propriety. The boys looked at Patty solemnly. They knew how she must feel. Mother said, "Make sure you tuck your skirts under like a young lady, dear." She always said this when she saw one of the boys in a frock sitting down, for it was one of Graham's sore points. She had many such points, and she didn't want to see the boys suffer any more than they already were. "Yes, Mother," as she gathered her petticoats and the dress under her arms and stiffly Saturday. Even though her stays were hurting her, she smiled at Mother, knowing she meant well. Graham cast a sharp glance at Mother, as usual. Father just sat there, observing, his mind regressing to his youth, when Graham put him through similar rigors. Well, he'll be all right, I am. Perhaps he was, but there came times, now and then, when he asked Mother to dress him up, usually when one was at home. Father particularly enjoyed the soft and snuggly feel of petticoats. He even liked corsets. But, of course, he would never admit such to any of his handsome sons or pretty daughters. He let out a deep sigh as he folded his hands for prayer. "Patty, dear Lord, forgive me for my transgressions and bless us all. Thank you for this food, Anne," she spit it out, "make this frock time go fast." "Patty!" yelled Graham. What was that? How unseemly. How unladylike. "I'm sorry, Grandmother. It just slipped out. Just for that, you will speak in a girlish voice for the rest of the evening. Do you understand, Patty?" More embarrassment. "Yes, Grandmother, dear," Patty said in a high-pitched voice. The younger girls giggled and they all looked down. Patty squirmed in his chair and began to eat. But even the small portion she was given was difficult to get all down, her stays were so tight. She felt a bit nauseated, but managed to conceal it. But Francine noticed her discomfort, and whispered, "If you eat slower, it will be easier on you. Girls always eat slowly." Patty glanced at her and smiled in gratitude, not only for the advice, but also more for the knowledge that she cared about her unfortunate brother. Then she unconsciously rubbed her aching waist again. "Patty, young ladies do not continually touch their waists," said Graham. "Desist." "Yes, Grandmother," in her high voice. Dinner proceeded fairly normally after that, with the usual talk of family affairs and situations, and soon Patty was immersed in talk, almost forgetting her tight stays. Her demeanor actually changed because of her attire. She was more delicate, more feminine. It was almost second nature to emulate the mannerisms of her sisters she had observed all of these years, and the high-pitched voice, while initially annoying to use, soon became second nature. Except for her stays, Patty actually was becoming comfortable being a girl. Most of her sisters seemed to notice that, but, most importantly, Mother did as well, lovingly smiling a bit at her new daughter's attempts at being lady. So when Patty unconsciously began to rub her waist again, Mother immediately attracted attention to herself and began talking about a topic of interest to Graham, so as to distract her attention from Patty's movements. Patty quickly realized she was doing, and even Mother's kind distraction, and smiled at her. "Seems people around here treat me better as a girl than boy." Dinner over, the family retired to the parlor, some playing games and others reading. Patty was required to learn crocheting from Delilah, who was adept at the craft. She still wished she could have her laces loosened a bit, but knew that there was no way, even if Graham allowed it, the dress would never close. So she suffered as she learned, concentrating on the pleasant feel of her petticoats whenever her sides ached, really bothering her. Many of her thoughts were of the difficult day ahead at school. Bedtime proved a little relief, as her stays would change to the nighttime type, a little looser, but also much longer. These stays were to her lower thighs, another one of Graham's requirements for all the girls. No touching of private parts. Masturbation was an abomination to God. Even dressed as boys, their hands were tied to the bed railings at night if she suspected they were abusing themselves. It was a common occurrence. The one thing she didn't like much was the light glacé dressing mask on her face to prevent the wiping off of the facial cream she had to sleep with. All the girls wore them. It was not tight, just annoying. It did have eye holes, and a mouth and nose hole as well. Patty did enjoy the Philly flannel nightgown. It reminded her of a petticoat. Just before they all said their prayers and went to sleep, Mother came up to say good night. When she came to Patty's bed, she brushed her hand over her hair and, with a loving smile, whispered, "You would make a wonderful daughter, dear." With that she kissed on the forehead and began to walk away. "But, I still want to be a son," he said in his male voice. Mother looked back, smiled, and blew her a kiss. Patty was full of confused thoughts, but eventually fell into deep sleep. She dreamt of a picnic on a blanket on a meadow, with fluffy clouds and lacy dolls and cozy petticoats. Patty was all ready for school and on her way out, when Gram came from behind and said, "Don't forget your bonnet, Patty." "But I already have on a hat, grandmother." It was lacy and pinned close to her head. "Oh. No. That is for inside. Here." She fitted a large straw bonnet on Patty's head, fussing to get it just right. Patty hated these bonnets, for they stuck out from the front of her face, as was the fashion, and eliminated her peripheral vision. Difficult thing when you were trying to make sure some boy wasn't sneaking up on you to lift your skirts, as they were wont to do. She'd done it herself. Bad enough she was in dress, but the ribbons down her back and the bonnet would surely attract even harsher derision and taunting from the boys, even her best friends. Today again her stays hurt, but not as badly. She supposed she was getting used to the pressure. "Goodbye, grandmother. Have a pleasant day, dear." "Right. This will certainly be a pleasant day." "Yes, grandmother." The school was used to Gram's manner of discipline, and, over the years tolerated it, so the teacher and other adults would really not take notice. But children can be cruel, especially when a boy is dressed as a girl, so Patty was prepared for the worst. She didn't even have to get to school before it began. Halfway there, Billy Murdoch and Hans Miller saw her walking alone. "How's the Sissy boy?" As a boy, Patty had a reputation of being a good fighter, so the taunting probably would never be really harsh for worry about what might happen another day. "Can we see your underwear?" Patty ignored them, until one of them quickly ran up and pulled up her skirts. With the 3 petticoats, it was not difficult to preserve her modesty, but it was annoying. "Darn bonnet. How's your pecker, Patty?" They both laughed. But it was only when some of the girls from other schools turned in from a side street, that the boys relented, and drifted off. "Hello, Patty," they said quietly. Word apparently had gotten around about her plight. By their tone, Patty guessed that her sisters had asked them to be nice and understanding and try to protect her, since they did not go to the same school, being older. "We can walk with you, if you like," said a pretty one named Jane. "Why yes, that would be nice." "Thank you." "That's a pretty dress, Patty," said another, she knew as Glenda. Then, seeing the look of apprehension on Patty's face, she added, "Oh. I really mean it. I'm not being funny. It is a pretty dress. And the lace." Patty looked down. "Thank you." Patty liked Glenda, so this was difficult, but they were being nice. Glenda continued as they walked, softly, "Is this punishment hard for you, poor boy? I mean, you must feel so awful." "It's not so bad. It's just..." "Yes. It's just these darn stays, they are so tight. Now you know what we girls go through." "But you will grow accustomed to them," said Jane. "Pat, we will help you ward off those awful boys." "Just stay with us," said Glenda. "And I know Mary and Millie in your class, we shall explain the situation to them, and they can do the same." "What a pretty bonnet." These arrangements made, Patty's day wasn't all that bad after all. The girls helped her with her studies, and that was positive. Patty got a lot of stares and many looks and comments from many of her old friends, but they dared not touch her or her clothing, which reduced the agony considerably. Her new friends also warned her when, because she was not quite used to looking after them, her petticoats showed too much, or she was just not quite ladylike in her manners. It was rumored that some of the teachers actually reported back to Gram any indiscretions. Mary and Mill were very close friends and, after a day with Patty in her predicament, got to know her and rather like her, and invited her over to Mary's house after school the next day. It didn't take long for the four girls and Patty to become good friends, and soon they were talking about exchanging clothes and the like. It made Patty very excited. Later her sisters joined them now and then. Unfortunately for Patty, even though Mary was slightly larger than she, they could not use Mary's clothing in order to allow for larger stays. Gram would notice the new dresses. So Patty continued with her struggle, finding solace in some of the stories the girls told her of their past difficulties with tight stays. Soon, Patty's period drew to a close, and once more, he found himself in boys' clothing. Then, somehow, the closeness that had developed with these newfound female friends slowly vanished. The assumption has to be made that, whilst dressed male, Pat could not confide in them, or act feminine, and therefore, alienated the girls a bit, making them feel uncomfortable. This soon dawned on Patrick. One thing was for certain, Pat enjoyed his time with the boys less and less, partly because he had reveled so in his time with the girls, and also because the boys began treating differently, not as friendly. Perhaps they were somehow intimidated, or confused. Or perhaps they had less and less in common. One thing was clear, Pat actually missed the petticoats. He was relieved that he did not have to wear stays any longer, but it appeared to be a reasonable trade-off. So, somehow, in a few days, Patrick didn't hesitate as he trampled Gram's prize flower bed, visions of soft petticoats and friendships in his mind. As time went on, it was noticed that Patrick was always bad, Patty was always good. And little by little there was less and less of the former, and more of the latter, happily learning the ins and outs of lacing her waist tight from her friends. After all, she looked so pretty that way.